from a different party. The three senators representing the state were different parties. The House of Rep members were different parties. I was the only person from one party.
This man is a joker. They impeached him, by the way. Just anyway. I mean, it's what you'd expect from him. So, good evening, everybody. Once again, thank you very much for joining us today. Lovely Tuesday evening. Thank you so much for being here. And before we get started, like we always do, I'm going to thank everyone who has helped to get us to 46.5k likes right now on TikTok. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for power tapping. Thank you for liking. Thanks. So we have fantastic people like Jakesman, Koboko, Tidan, Ibo Jinodu. Thank you, sir. Jai Jeje. Ogbeni Agbe. I have to clap for you, sir. Ogbeni Agbe, thank you so much. Thanks everyone for power tapping and liking. All right, thank you for your support. Please keep liking the live and also share the live if you're on TikTok. All right, and also please click on the heart icon right above me here. Click on it, drop a heart to me. Let's drop gifts so that we can push it out to the FYP together. So if you're on TikTok, please like the live. All right, these things help to get us to the For You page. That's what FYP means. All right. So thank you very much. If you're here on YouTube, on Facebook, we're glad you're here. Please like the live and also share with others. Today is Tuesday, and we will do some history today. I have some books I'd like us to read, and I think we're going to do another session, sometime this week, because I mean, yeah, we do news, we do all of those things, but this platform, is about culture, history, politics, and innovation. So we don't want to stay only with politics and sometimes culture. We want to have everything that we are about. All right. So that will be something we're going to be doing today and also subsequently. All right. But I'm glad you're all here. Just going to check YouTube to be sure we're good, and then we can get started. Today we're talking about a number of things. I mentioned history earlier. There's a question that's been looming for about 60 years. Not that we don't know the answer, but there are some people whose stock in trade is reinventing, right? They revise history, they reinvent stuff, and they keep talking nonsense. And so we're asking the question for the upteenth time, and not just because we're trying to be rhetorical, we're actually trying to get the answer to that question. We're going to get the answer today, looking at several books. All right, the question is, who released Awolowo from prison? I'm sure you know the answer, but it's not as simple as that, obviously, because some people are just incorrigible. So we'll look at that. So what claim was out there in the beginning? What is being claimed today? What changed? Did Awo have to go to prison again? Why do we have contradictory, accounts of that particular incident or event in our history? We'll talk about that as well. And then we'll talk about Tinubu appointing former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose.
This man said God wasn't real.
1 second. I love this. All right, so saying that, Fayose was appointed as DG of Rural Electrification Agency. We'll talk about that as well. And the other things, for instance, the former governor of Kano State, Kwankanso, he had a conversation with Sheon Okinbaloye recently, and then he said that he was sure that Peter Obi will be president for only 4 years. Those things and others, we're going to deal with. But before we get into history, which is the conversation about Awo, we're going to have news first. All right. And I think we are set on YouTube, so we can begin with the news. Where to begin? Let's begin with Fayose, Kwankanso's interview, and then from there we'll go to other things. Right? Someone says here, government, opposition. Sorry, Jake's man says government threatening the opposition. Me, Ogboreri. That hear me. I guess we'll have to keep breathing. The longer you live, the more interesting things you hear, including the ridiculous ones. But we are all here. You know, to be honest, I think Peter Obi is bereft of ideas because there's no way on earth you're asking the opposition to help you, or the government in part to help you as an opposition party. And when they ask you, you say, oh, when you were governor, you had the members of the House of Assembly were from other parties. Did you appoint them? Or the members of the House of Assembly in your state were from another party, and so on and so forth? Did you appoint them? No, people voted them. They didn't vote for your party members to be in the House of Assembly. That's why that happened. You did not appoint, the opposition into government. And when those ones were ready, they impeached him. He was impeached twice, by the way. He had to go to Supreme Court both times. You will just be saying things that are not only are these things unrealistic, they don't make sense. So a person would win election and then he will look around and then he's looking for who to work with. He doesn't find any person but someone who thinks the worst of the government. At least, some Wike is in government today and it's still in PDP, by the way. So you can't say Tinubu doesn't have an inclusive. We're going to have an inclusive government. Is it with people that have the capacity to actually sabotage what you're trying to accomplish? I mean, you'll be a fool to do that, and Tinubu is no fool. But Peter Obi will be all right. Sheikh Atebe, a lot of Peter Obi. Let's start with Peter Obi issue since we started talking about him. We might as well just stay on this before we go on to serious matters because I don't consider his news very serious. But we start talking about him. Ojulon Rojushan. Okay. I'll play you. I'll play you something. The question that was asked Peter Obi recently, what he would do if he lost the election. Let's begin with that. And I'll play you something from President Tinubu since my battlefield. All right, I think I have it, but thank you. So let's take a listen to this.
Let me tell you, one, I will lose. Why? Because the election is now between the people and the government. And I believe that people have suffered enough. And this election, so it's not me that will tell the people what to do. Because it's the people that will lose against the government. So whatever they will do, I don't know. I'm not controlling it.
I think somebody should advise Peter Obi to stop granting interviews. He clearly doesn't know how to communicate and he's going to get himself in trouble. Mark my words, he's going to get himself in trouble. The question was, what would you do if you lost the election? You are saying it's not you that you are going against the government, it's the people, and the people know what to do. What are you saying? If you better talk to him. Well, they will cry. They will just cry. Well, in case you didn't hear what he said, listen again, please. Simple question, no. You know what? Before I play what he said, let me play you what Tinubu said when he was asked that question. Take a listen. If I lose, I'll go back home. That's the president. I'm not a vagabond. I'm not homeless. I will go back home if I lose. He said, let's go and vote. That's how the APC primaries. If they lose, if I lose, I'll go back home. But I'll do my best. What I can tell you right now is go and relax. Here's the Agulu man.
And other APC leaders. Let me tell you why. I will not lose.
I will not lose.
Why? Because the election is done between the people and the government. And I believe that people have suffered enough. And this election, so it's not me that will tell the people what to do. Because it's the people that will lose against the government. So whatever they will do, I don't know. I'm not controlling it. Even if they have to go to court, they will call the people see and other.
Who are the people that Peter Obi keeps referring to? Because I'm one of Nigeria's people, and I don't care about him as far as presidency is concerned. If you lose, you lose, Nia. That means, and you will lose. And if you lose, what you lose, no, Nia. There's nothing like, oh, if I lose, people will now come against the government because they have suffered enough, and I won't have to tell them what to do. Who are you? You are a presidential candidate of one party amongst many parties, amongst many candidates. You are not anybody's messiah. When you speak like this, it's as if you are inciting. I mean, you know how you can allude, how you can insinuate things without necessarily saying what you're really getting at, because you will still lose. So the people will now rise because the people. Who are the people? The people that are supporting you, and they are usually inside one skinny cocoon, and they just the government will just contain them in that particular place. It doesn't know the right things to say. Which one is the people who rise against the say you be who? People should advise him, because I think he can actually get himself in trouble. But I want to play you a longer version. By the way, this is from DW, the German TV station. Mr. Remy says he's calling for an insurgency. Exactly. He's tacitly calling for some people to rise against the government. On top of waiting, on top of saying you go lose. And let me tell you something. I have no crystal ball, but I can assure you, no matter how much no matter how many times he tries, he will still lose. And the reason is not because he cannot win. I was going to say it's not because he cannot win. He cannot win. Let me just put it this way. Let me not even go ethnic. The truth is, matter, he cannot win. He cannot win. The structure that you require to be able to win, you don't have it. And you don't care for it. Right? Your own agenda is, you have an ambition that must be fulfilled regardless of who is in the path. So if we're going to have primary elections, and here's the thing, right? If you're in a party and you participate in the primary elections, you might win, you might lose. But here's the good thing: if you win, at least you have people to rally around and say, okay, we're going to make sure you do well in the election. Now you're going to join NDC. And with all due respect to Senator Seriake Dixon and all the good people in NDC, they don't have that clout. They don't. Unless we want to deceive ourselves. At least not yet. I wish they did, because I've said it several times. Nigeria needs a very strong opposition. We need it. Right? We need the government to be kept on their toes. We need them to know that, they're not just doing whatever they like. People should be able to question them. That would be lovely. But who will question them? Now you have broken. You're supposed to have one opposition against the presidency to unseat him, which you will not be able to do, to be clear. But let's even assume that you could. Now you had an opposition party, ADC. You guys floated it and you put all the big wigs there. And then suddenly you begin to bicker among yourselves about who is going to be who and what and whatever. And then you broke that apart. Now you have presidential candidates all over the place. How are you going to unseat the person in power now, the incumbent? Right? To win, because you don't have cohesion. Whoever could have voted for you as a group, right? What is Fonka? So something similar to what happened last election, maybe even worse for him, because last election it went three ways at least. It was Tinubu and then Atiku and then Obi. Now you have many of the people that supported Obi back in the day beginning to see that they didn't see the full picture at the time. So many of them are even shifting anybody having to, you are going to lose. Apart from, of course, they've been having this funny online polls. Who on earth in 2026, right, in Nigeria, or discussing Nigerian politics, thinks about online polls when it comes to our elections? How many of our people are on social media? You have to be very dull to be repeating the same nonsense you did in the last election. They won on social media. It's a of people on social media. It doesn't take anything now. Just get some people that look like you, have burner accounts and vote several times. You have won. In fact, you don't even have to have burner accounts. People love you and they like you, and that's okay. But in real life, they know that you're just joking. It's about competence and character and consistency and calendar and carrots and cucumber. Ó ṣàkó sí pọ̀ and cabbage. Ó ṣàkó àwọn sísìn yẹn pọ̀ tó wá ti pé sí bí márùn-ún báyìí sìn. Ó ti di president nìyẹn. Rather. Anyway, I just think that this thing is doing is dangerous. It's very dangerous. Because he will lose. And if he then loses, and you now have people rising up to do some things hopefully in his own corner of the world, they just keep them in that place and contain them with this nonsense. The people will rise. Rise for what? Anyway, let's listen to the full interview. It will give us better context. Take a listen to this. Again, it's from DW, which is the German TV station. Take a listen, please. Okay, it's not playing on that device. Let me play it for you here. What is happening? Peter doesn't want us to listen to him. We must, though. Good. Take a listen.
If you lose after exhausting all legal avenues, will you accept the outcome and encourage your supporters to do the same? And if you win, what safeguards will you provide to prevent politically motivated investigations against President Tinubu and other ADC leaders?
Let me tell you, one, I won't lose.
Why?
Because the election is now between the people and the government. And I believe that people have suffered enough. And this election, so it's not me that will tell the people what to do. Because it's the people that will lose against the government. So whatever they will do, I don't know. But I'm not controlling it. Even if they have to go to court, they will call the people suing the government. So this election is between the people and the government. And only be you that they choose to stand for the people. If I win, we will follow the rule of law. One of the things I must bring back and ensure happens in Nigeria is the rule of law. We must have the law. The system must work the way it should function properly. We're not going to, I will never exclude anybody politically. I will never do benefit me. I will not go after my opponents. I will make sure we have strong opposition, strong parties that can stand and say no. And in times of problem, I will invite them. If I was president, for example, and what is happening in the north today, example, I will invite all opposition parties and we'll go and sit down with stakeholders in the north and discuss it and come to a solution to it. If I was president, and what happened in Oyo State happened, and most places, I will go there within days and I will invite the opposition.
Show them, boy. If what happened in Oyo State happened, you go there and sit down. To sit down to do what? Photo up. Is the goal to be there so I can take pictures or to get the children released? Have the children not been released? How are you still talking this nonsense after the children were released? Say if you were president and what happened in Oyo State happened, you'd have gone there. To do it now. If what happened in Borno State is happening, you gather all the... I mean, I could say things, but man, how do people say things like this? You gather the opposition parties together to discuss how to take care of the issue in Borno. I'm not a class captain, secondary at the On a serious note, even in university, even if you did SUG, you can't be talking like this. Or SRC, we have SRC in Ife, Student Representative Council, and we have SUG. Even if that's all you did in your life, you cannot be talking like this. You talk to stakeholders. Doesn't have to be opposition party. It's not a partisan issue. If, for instance, you have, of course, clearly we are having a lot of challenges with insecurity in the north. What do you do as a government? You talk to the stakeholders, the religious leaders, traditional rulers. You talk to the herdsmen. You talk to the villagers, the farmers. You know, the ethnic people, particularly in the Middle Belt, the different ethnicities. It's not about political parties. It's about the people who are involved in the issue. Which one is called all of them together? Come and do what? In this country, there are certain people who don't find solutions to problems. Their job is to find problems to every solution you profile. So once you come up with a solution, they tell you why it cannot work. Why would you be stupid enough to get such people to work with you? And you cannot lie. You don't have to. We don't have to have any poll to know that obedience is full of people who look for problem to every solution. They have no idea how to fix anything, but if something is being fixed, they have a reason for it not to be fixed the way it's being fixed. Because as far as they're concerned, the goal is not for it to be fixed, is that it must not be fixed by the person who is fixing it. So they're going to look for everything to tell you that this thing is not going to work, even if it's working. How do I know that? How can you be saying in what's today? This is July. This is just a couple of days ago, right? How can you be saying that if what happened in your state had happened, you'd have gone to your state? To do what? So you go to Oyo, you go to Borno, you go to Niger, you go to Kaduna at the same time. No, Superman. If you guys is infuriating me. Let's just move from topic. Anyway, you should keep doing this. We'll keep talking about it as long as he keeps talking. But I think people should actually advise him. He's not the best when it comes to speaking. You're having conversations, you're saying things like you would not lose. It's one thing to be bold, and I respect that, right? I respect that you can be bold and say, you know what, I'm not going to fail. That's okay. Even though you still fail, sure. But it's okay to, everybody can make themselves happy. I will not fail. I will not lose this election. Okay. But that the reason is because the election is between the government and the people will rise if you lose. Well, it's not if you lose, it is when you lose, because you will lose. And nothing will happen. The heavens will not fall. Just like nothing happened last election, nothing will happen. You will still lose, and nothing will happen. People will cry, and they will curse people out. They will curse us out, but we will not care, because it doesn't matter to people like us. Anyway, let's go on to somebody who is going to be running with him. I was wondering why he decided to work with him. I only discovered that yesterday when I watched that interaction between His Excellency Dr. Rabiu Kwankanso and Seun Okinbaloye on Channels TV. They had a very interesting interaction, and this is how it went down. Take a listen.
You had said you will never deputize anyone. You want to be the president, and that has been your ambition. Is it your realization that is a turn of the South, and that the fact that those who say Kwankanso's eyes is on being president in 2031, so the game plan is you deputize Peter Obi, who says he's going to do 4 years, and then in 2031 you dovetail into becoming president. That's your game plan.
Maybe all of the above. I'm happy to say that even before the 2023, if you watch my interview, I said under that circumstance. Now, the circumstance of 2023 is completely different from the present circumstance, especially that now we have a president from the southern part of the country who is completing his term next year. And the circumstance has changed to the extent that together we felt that the presidency should go to the south for 4 years. Thereafter, it will come back to the north. And we believe that that should be the consensus of everybody in this country, so that we can move together as a family, both north and south. So that's the position. So we still do think that also want to be president in 2021. We are praying that all of us should see 2027 and of course 2031, and we will look at the circumstance and see what can be done. But by the grace of God, I believe our party, and of course my humble self and His Excellency Peter Obi, we have a short-term plan which we are executing now, and of course we also have our medium and long-term plans for the country, and that is what we are working on now.
So you agree when Mr. Peter Obi says, I'm going to do only 4 years. That is sacrosanct, isn't it?
Oh yes, I personally believe him, and I don't think, based on what I now know about him, will renege. I don't think he will change his mind when the time comes. And we are all gentlemen, even though we have accepted to put it even on paper.
Oh, you've signed it on the dotted line?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
And at the party or between you and Mr. Peter Obi?
Both. We have done one for the party, and we have done another one between the two of us.
What was the agreement between you and him?
Well, the agreement is what you said, that after 4 years, he will come and work together, team together as a group, as a party, as friends, brothers, and so on, and involve everybody to work together so that after his term, or our term, of 4 years, 2027 to 2031, then it comes back to the north, and that is the general agreement.
What changed your...
I was wondering, what on earth would make Kwankanso, agree to be vice president to Peter Obi? Even that Ahmed said it's not going to happen, because about 2 months ago, if I remember correctly, I think it was in May, that this man, is probably going to want to be president in 2031, and so Peter Obi just going to stay for 4 years. It was just, what do you call it now? Like an opinion, essentially. But now he's the one saying it, right? So we're hearing it from the horse's mouth. And what he's saying basically is this: they've signed an agreement. Who is the advisor? Who advises Peter Obi? We'll listen to the advisor later. I think he has an answer, so let me not preempt him. Let's listen to him say later. But here's the point. There has to be a question about the people or persons who have advised Peter Obi. You want to sign, they're going to be there for 4 years. You're not desperate, though. You're not a desperate you're not desperate for presidency. You signed one with the party, you signed one with Kwankanso, which means that definitely he's going to move from the NDC in 2031. I hope you know. He will still run in 2031, but not in NDC, because Kwankanso will not work with him. And whatever I said in NDC will not work. So I told you in January that in 4 months, Peter Obi would leave ADC for another party. And in May, he left for NDC. I'm saying it right now. He will lose this 2027 election. All right. After losing, he'll be there for a bit. But before 2031, he will port to another party, because that passion is inside him. He will think that he can still work with the people that he has, right? In terms of his remaining obedient people. So he'll move to another party. Meanwhile, Kwankanso will be able to now galvanize support, both his Concordia movement and the NDC people. Hopefully they'll be able to do something with it. But what we can say now is that Peter Obi cannot use that platform in 2031. So he has signed the dotted lines. They have an agreement. And I now understand that, this man also I can't say he's using him, but he's not dull. he knows what he's doing. I can't say he's using P2B, but he definitely knows exactly what he's doing, and he has his own plans, and he did not even deny anything. There's so many things he said I would have loved to explain, but it's the time. Just to say that he's very sure that P2B will not renege. He says he personally believes him, and that based on what he knows about him, he will not renege, and that he will not change his mind. We put the agreement on paper, one with the party and one between the two of us. But I still have that question, Sha, in case you know the answer. Who advises P2B? But just in case you want to answer me, hold on for a second. Let's listen to P2B himself tell us who advises him.
Because, and I tell them one story. The best thing I did in Anambra State, the best advice I got in Anambra State to stop crime in a place called Opiweka was I got the advice from a madman. It was a madman who lived there. When I came as the governor, came to impress me and everybody's pushing.
You said he's a madman. Is he still around? Do you still see him?
You won't believe it. I met him yesterday. On the moment this one. Next is that. Let me tell you, it's not entirely a man. People don't understand.
Okay.
I'm talking about somebody who was actually in the same secondary school I went to. I'm talking about somebody who actually went to study in America, but came back and somehow had a mental problem. So you understand the society. So yes, I can classify him as madman, but
quote and unquote,
he is somebody who is equally organized. She was, if you ask us who were me on yesterday, there's somebody here because we know we meet in common places. There's somebody came to me at home. There's someone who was telling me about issues of what is happening and parties and all that.
you said it's a
And you must have heard my famous language about how I stopped crime in a place in Anambra State, in a place we call Opiweka. We have pickpockets there and everything. And I went there as the governor. And there was a madman there. He kept insisting he would talk to me. And I said, but the man, I said, let's listen to him. And he told me, he said, the people who come to steal come from here. See these barracks? You either remove this military barracks from here, or they will stop. Because it goes in there and out. Oh, the madman.
Explains a lot. Let us move on to one other person who supports P2B. I know that this one is not a madman, but the things he says is just the normal obedient stuff. He's a lawyer on Twitter. And I think he's a lawyer in Nigeria, but he's popular on Twitter. And it was on Arise News to discuss a road that they all said would never be built. And they also said that was non-existent. Apparently, the tune has changed. The guy's name is Inipe. I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. I like Akwa people because I served there. But if I don't pronounce it very well, come and teach me, eh? Take a listen to this exchange on Arise News.
Thank you. So there are two ways to look at it. The first is there are public infrastructures or institutions whose names are statutory. That is derived from acts of parliament, where, for example, an institution of government is established. Parliament would normally assign a name to that institution. The case in point is the University of Lagos. When under President Goodluck Jonathan, there was an effort to rename it, I think after Inko Abiola, if I'm not mistaken, and that effort was resisted during the June 12th, one of the June 12th anniversary under Jonathan. So that is because if you want to rename an institution whose name is by statute, you have to go through Parliament. There are, however, institutions and projects whose names are not statutory. In those instances, it is easier. The government can just simply ascribe a name to such projects or such institutions. My own concern as a Nigerian is that what we are seeing under this administration appears to be a willful and completely misguided personalization of governance. To begin with, these projects are funded with taxpayers' money. They are projects that are budgeted for. They have undergone the process of legislation in terms of the appropriation process. So when public funds are used for public projects, it is only commonsensical that the names should have some bearing to the public. That is why this road was named Lagos-Calabar Coastal Road. In other words, this is supposed to be a coastal road connecting Lagos and Calabar. So that makes a lot of sense. But if we are now saying that it is no longer a road connecting Lagos and Calabar, it is now a road connecting Lagos and Tinubu, and you want to rename it Bola Ahmed Tinubu Coastal Road. Some logic has to be offered for it. But this is not isolated. As we have rightly noted, we are seeing a pattern, and that is where some of us are concerned, that this is becoming purely egoistic, that several public institutions and projects are being renamed after the president. You have the Library of the National Assembly being renamed after the president. You have immigration renaming one of the infrastructure after the president. You have roads in Abuja being renamed by the Minister of the FCT after the president. If you are a president that believe that you have really served the Nigerian public, you should allow history to judge you.
So first of all, these people were totally against this road we are discussing. They said it should not be built. Even their principal, Peter Obi, said they would stop it if he became president. These are the reasons you cannot become president, by the way, Oga, His Excellency. They were against it. They said, oh, it's something they're going to destroy one day, one of their family member, Kiniko. Shah said all kinds of nonsense, right? Generally speaking, the entire mob. Now that they've built it, your problem now is the naming. Let me ask you people a question, all of us in this place. What is the official name of the bridge that connects the island, right, that goes from that Adeniji side all the way to Oworoshoki? What's the name of that bridge? There's a reason I'm asking, please. The bridge that connects the island from Obalende, Tabatide, Adeniji, all the way to Oworoshoki. What's the name of that bridge? To Oworo. Bagada. What's on the bridge? I just want to see if anybody knows the name. CEO Kode says Third Mainland Bridge. Ade says Third Mainland. Koboko says IBB Bridge. CEO says but fondly called. So that fondly called is actually the official name. Dr. Badu says Third Mainland Bridge. We call it Third Mainland Bridge. But officially, it is IBB Bridge. How many times have you, as an individual, looked for IBB Bridge when you go to that particular place? You're coming from Kokada, you now look for somebody by the road. You don't know where you're going. They say, IBB Bridge. Nobody even remembers. I definitely don't. Maybe you do, because many of you are smarter. But people call it what they call it. Interestingly, Third Mainland Bridge came from the constructors of the construction company. When they were having press, statements and all, they referred to the project as Third Mainland. Interestingly, the new project that the government is trying to do right now from side the Ajayi all the way to Ikorodu is called Fourth Mainland Bridge. All right. Ade says never heard of IBB Bridge. Exactly, but that's the official name. People will still call Lagos Coastal, Lagos Calabar Coastal. They will still call it that because that's. I mean, even me. I mean, I silly, but it just comes more naturally. Official, can it be official, whatever, to honor anybody that they want to honor? If you have a problem with it, go to court. Maybe you have a point, by the way, but here's the thing. If you're a person who does not believe in the country, it's very difficult for anybody to take you seriously when you're criticizing the country. Where every single thing they do, you criticize it. So when they're doing something that is like, what's that story in, a story we learned that we were told in primary school of that man that was also always raising false alarm. When you're not raising the real issue, nobody really cares because you've overused your chances. So maybe there's a problem with this naming thing. maybe you want to make a case, but here's the thing. Number one, you are not in the best position because you don't see anything good in the country to start with. Generally speaking, obedient as a group, and this one too, the one that called himself lawyer, he's always going against government Guinea. So no, I don't expect much. Number two, official designation does not necessarily mean that that's what people will be calling that place. Okay, people will call it what they want to call it, and you have to, enjoy as it is, and that's about that. I don't want to even spend more time. Mr. Molara says, "Is it not Carter Bridge? Carter Bridge is the other one. There's a good bridge. There's Carter Bridge, but then there is Third Mainland Bridge." Ibenagu Johnson on YouTube says, "Are you God that knows tomorrow?" I have an answer, but it's not good. God bless you, Ibenagu on YouTube. But Peter B will lose the next election. And I'm not God, but I know he will lose. All right. Having said that, let's talk about the person who won the last one and who will win the coming election. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The president has announced 26 new appointments. This is a State House press release from Bayo Ononuga, who is a special advisor to the president. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has announced 26 new appointments into 10 federal government agencies and commissions, with former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose, emerging as chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, and Major General Junaid Bindawa as chairman of the National Salary and Wages Commission. Fayose heads the board of REA, with Alhaji Amadu Abubakar and engineer Ilyasu Ibrahim Makinta appointed as members and non-executive directors. The incumbent DG of the agency, Abba Abubakar Aliyu, and 3 executive directors previously appointed make up the remaining board members. Then they went on to talk about how President Tinubu also made 8 other appointments to the Wages Commission, along with Major General Bindawa. Former member of the House of Representatives from Lagos, Olajumoke Okoya Thomas, is the new secretary of the commission. Excuse me. Dr. Ogbole Enelilian, Oladele Olatubosun, and Yakubu Umar Barde, representing Benue, Oyo, and Kaduna, were appointed as commissioners. Dr. Mai Adamu Yao from Borno, Guinea, and so on and so forth. Many names they here. Congratulations to all the people that got all those appointments. But of course, the most popular is Oshokomole, the former governor of Ekiti State, Ayodele Fayose. We hope that they do well, right? If they make you run the Electrification Agency DG, I mean, that's a lot of work. So we want to have light in our villages, and we are hoping that the former governor of Ekiti State will make that happen, so that he will justify his appointment. All right. Moving on, before we want to be very brief with this news, bring 1 or 2 people up, then we'll go to history. History class today will be lovely. So, senators had a session with the Minister of Finance, Mr. Taiwo Idele, and they asked him questions that I thought, we all should listen to. I mean, some of those questions have to do with the budget of the year and things like that. And maybe not everything, but we'll listen to a bit of it before we move on to other news and then the topic of today. Take a listen to this exchange.
Yes, Mohamed I represent Borno North Senatorial District. Mr. Honorable Minister, I'm listening carefully to your brief and the very beautiful figures that you have read out in terms of 49% increase in tax collection, 76% increase from non-oil sector of the economy.
Please, if you or anyone you know work in the National Assembly, please help us with your audio. Please, we are begging. So I can hear what you're saying. Whether it's on the floor or in committee meetings, we don't hear what it's always being, there's always, buzzing sounds. Help us, Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma. God bless you.
That's showing that the economy is being diversified. 51 billion in foreign reserves, highest in years. Well, budget, implementation of a budget. I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer. But from the little economy that economy is in 101 that I learned in the university. Implementation of a budget is a function of the revenue that government was able to collect. From the figures that you have laid out, and from the belief that we have gotten from the Nigerian Revenue Service, almost all the revenue generating agencies have exceeded their target of revenue collection. If we have exceeded the target of our revenue collection, it is inherently contradictory for government to woefully fail to implement the budget. Why are these revenue going to? If the budget, for example, 2025 budget hasn't been implemented, and we have to roll over 70% of 2025 to 2026, and that within 30% was not implemented, National Assembly has to extend the lifespan of the budget up to September to allow government to implement just 30% component of 2025 budget. The issue of 2026 has not arisen completely, has not arisen. Has not even started at issue. It has not even arisen. So, don't you think is it not contradictory? Or why are these revenues going to the extent that the budget is not being implemented? It is through the implementation of the budget that dividends of democracy is being brought to the doorsteps of the people. If the budget is not being implemented, why is the function of government? For example, security of lives and property of the people is the primacy of governance. All the security agencies that we have interacted with them, they are reporting to us that they have received zero allocation in terms of their capital. Why are these monies going to? This is my question. Why is budget not implemented? Because it is a breach of the law and it's an impeachable offense. Then about 3.7 trillion naira was received last month, and only 2 trillion naira was disbursed to the 3 tiers of government. About 1.7 trillion was retained. Why? Why is it that 1.7 trillion was retained? Why not disburse all the 3.7 trillion to the 3 tiers of government? This is my question. Thank you.
The Chief Whip of the Senate said, I will add that apart from the revenue being collected and the revenue collection agencies meeting their revenue target, we have seen the astronomical rise in borrowing. And this borrowing is of serious concern to Nigerians. What I'm saying is in the public domain is not anything hidden. When this government came in, it inherited, I think, over 75 trillion naira. Now it has added almost 75 to 80 trillion naira in borrowing. And despite this, budget implementation is nowhere where we want it to be, as said by the Chief Whip of the Senate. We have not even started implementing the 2026 budget. And we are almost in the election year. As politicians, we are very worried and concerned that we need to implement the budget so that when we go to the polls, when we go to the electionary campaign, we will have something to say. I know a lot has been achieved in terms of infrastructure, particularly when you talk of roads. I know the coastal road, which is currently going on, very steadily from Lagos to Calabar, and also the Sokoto-Badagry road. Even yesterday, I visited the site and I saw a lot of work going on. That is progress. But somehow, other roads that are equally important are not being funded, and Nigerians are really complaining. So we want to hear from you. What is the real problem?
Okay, Minister, answer these 2 questions first before we go to the next round. Answer.
Particularly foreign loans. And I'll take that with your permission together with the last question from distinguished senator, also on debt. I think there is the need for some clarification in terms of how debt numbers are reported. So first, for external loans, we always need the approval of the National Assembly. So what tends to happen is, when we get the approval of the National Assembly, the media will rightly report it. And many people take that as money borrowed. When we now borrow the money, they report it again. So, in fact, I think it was last year when the National Assembly approved about $20 billion, which was based on NTEP. So people add up big numbers as the money we have borrowed, and that is misleading in terms of the analysis. We're currently finalizing this breakdown in the Ministry of Finance. We'll make it available to the public. It will show how much the National Assembly approved and how much of that we have borrowed and how it has been spent. In addition to that...
But you have not exceeded what National Assembly has approved?
No, we haven't. Okay. In fact, we've not even taken half of what the National Assembly has approved.
Oh.
And we're also guided by the Fiscal Responsibility Act that only allows the government to borrow for capital capital expenditure and human development. So we are mindful of that. The other important issue is that, and the distinguished senator that asked the last question also spoke about this. When this administration came into power, public debt was around 75 trillion. But between then and now, many people would just simply compare the number before and the number now and say that this government has borrowed so much. But actually, it's important to note that as a result of the reforms and the depreciation of the naira, the foreign exchange component of our public debt had to be revalued because it's Nigeria and we report in naira. That in itself added more than 40 trillion, just the accounting into the number of public debts. Another very important recognition is that the National Assembly was kind to allow the securitization of the ways and means of the past administration, which was together with the accumulated interest around 30 trillion naira. That was also added. It was not new borrowing, it was just borrowing that was not reported. And that's because Mr. President believes in transparency. Let's put everything out there correctly. So those are some of the was. But actually the amount of debt that this government has taken is not anywhere close to what is being reported. In fact, even for domestic borrowing, most of the debt, and DGDMO would also speak to this briefly, is refinancing. You have debt that you took before and is falling due, and you want to raise another one to refinance it. It's not new borrowing. So this government has been very responsible with borrowing. We do understand the concern of the Nigerian people, and of course of the distinguished senator, and focus on debt sustainability. For us, we see debt as a leverage. Every ₦1 and every dollar that we borrow should add more value than the amount that we borrowed. There's also the question around revenue. NRS exceeding revenue, custom service exceeding revenue. Where is all this money going and why are we still borrowing? And it's a very important question. Important because we have needs as a country. When we take our budget, and let's say it's 10 naira, that is the amount we want to spend, including personnel costs, running government, paying debt service, and building infrastructure. It's 10 naira. We look at all our numbers and we say we can generate 6 naira. 6 naira is our revenue target. Our expenditure is 10. If we end up generating revenue of 7 naira, we will say we have exceeded our revenue target. It's not a lie. But we still need 3 naira to balance the budget because we need to spend 10. So this is the reason why both can coexist. Government can exceed revenue targets and still have to borrow. And in terms of where the money is going, this is one of the analyses we are working on in the Ministry of Finance. Very soon we're going to be able to release it, putting numbers to it. But just to give a couple of examples, before the reform started, we were borrowing at about 8%. Because of the reform and the impact, including price pressure on inflation, that we all agree that we have to tackle inflation as a matter of priority, interest rates went up to as high as 24%. On the same debt portfolio, where we're paying 8%, we're suddenly paying 24%. The same government that said we will no longer print money to spend, because we know it creates more problem for us in the future. So the money they are not missing, is an expense we need to cover. Minimum wage, paid wages, adjustments and allowances, and so on and so forth. These also increase the cost. Along with other initiatives like NEL Fund that is being funded by government, so we can send more than 1 million students to school and their families can have the breathing space, and the list goes on and on and on. So we appreciate the question from the Nigerian people and from the distinguished senators. We will provide explanation so that there's clarity, because it's our duty to be accountable to the Nigerian people. I think the last one before, with your permission, Your Excellencies, we invite the DMO, DG and Budget DG, but I'll just make a very brief comment on two issues. One of it is the revenue in the FAC and the amount that is being shared. And the distinguished senator mentioned 3.7 trillion versus 1.3 was being shared. I'm actually not familiar with those numbers. There is no month since I've been finance minister sharing that fact that we have shared less than 2 trillion. But I would like to mention that the federation account is implemented based on established laws, including the constitution itself. This National Assembly, one of the laws enacted by the National Assembly, is for us to allocate some money to the, I think, Northeast Development Commission. I hope I don't get it wrong. One of the development commissions that has to be statutory, that has to be recognized. The laws of the National Assembly also permit different agencies to do cost of collection. So we abide by these requirements in how those items are treated. I think the last one is to do with the incentives. The Nigerian Customs Service saying that incentives are in the region of 35 trillion naira. I will let the DG budget clarify. I have a suspicion that this is probably the value on which the incentive was granted rather than the incentive itself. But a lot of these incentives, like the distinguished chair already identified correctly, are to do with importation of military equipment. They're to do with importation of food, pharmaceutical items, electronic vehicles and CNG, as well as input and raw materials and intermediate products into manufacturing processes. Now, why are we doing that? It's because of the Nigerian people. We do not want to overburden the Nigerian people with taxes because they will show up in the prices of goods and services, and life might just be more difficult than it needs to be. Thank you very much, distinguished senators. With your permission, DG Budget and DG DMO. Thank you very much.
Before the
So, I mean, I know that was long, and I appreciate you for your patience. But it's important for us to spend time to listen to these things, or else we'll become victims of propaganda and talking points that make absolutely no sense, but then they sound good because they're against the government. There's anything I learned from listening to that is that much of what we hear, we don't really hear it from the real source. Okay? In terms of how much was borrowed, the value. I mean, think about it. They've not even borrowed up to half of what the National Assembly has approved. Yet the National Assembly is afraid that they have borrowed more. So the question is, where did the National Assembly got that information from? The Minister of Finance, as though they had overborrowed. And someone said it here earlier, and it was Mr. Yomi says Ministry of Finance needs to train people that can get this information out there and to the media. It's true. It's true. People just say, and Peter is one of the people that do that thing a lot. You just come and say they have borrowed one trillion number, and the rest of the so-called opposition will just keep saying, like I said earlier, it's lovely to have opposition, but these ones are not. It is where. Let's just leave it at that. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that the government needs to engage the people more, right? It shouldn't be that they have to wait, and they have to be proactive. You don't have to wait for the National Assembly to call you before you break things down and say things like, oh, the other day, you saw in the newspaper, federal government to borrow, you must have seen such headlines, federal government to borrow, let's say, 200 billion naira, right? and then that's it. Federal government to borrow. Of course, you see the headline. The story itself might be that they have gone to National Assembly. National Assembly has approved that they borrow that money. A couple of months later, federal government has borrowed 200 billion naira. What do people think? Federal government now owes 400 billion naira. Because last week, 2 months ago, they said they were set to borrow. Now they have borrowed. The set to have mean nothing. As far as they're concerned, 200 billion plus 200 billion, that's 400 billion. Meanwhile, they've only borrowed 200 billion. Just that the first time, the reportage was actually of the approval. The second one was of the, shall I say, acquisition, or they actually got the money itself. So the point I'm trying to make is that if you know that the people are susceptible to being, what's the word now? Misled by people who have a different agenda, why not be more proactive to ensure that they're actually getting the right information? And say, this is what we've done, this is what we've done. And I'm glad that the Minister of Finance said they're going to put out such information very soon. I think it's important, right? Because it's important for people to know. So when people are trying to mislead us, we also are able to say this is what happened. And if the government is wrong, then you can go against the government based on the information that's available. I always say this, and it's important. I know why I repeat it. The point is not to say that everything the government does is good. It's just to say that if I'm going to go against what the government is doing, at least I should be knowledgeable. Not just be an ignorant clown who is just constituting nuisance everywhere, insulting everybody that doesn't think what you're thinking, and just making up numbers as you go along. That doesn't make sense to me. But the government has to also help us. They need to get us informed. I'm not a finance person. I'm not going to go to the National Assembly or CBN. Yeah, give me the numbers, give me the figures, ways and means, give me the figures. No, they have to find a way to interact with people and let us know what's happening. That way, we can all be on the same page. But I'm happy that that went down. And I also like the way the Minister Taiwo handled that. Because I think they were probably expecting a showdown. I'm talking about the senators now. But the way he handled it was very clean, very beautiful, and was also, really nice, the way he handled that session. Before we go to the last report, there's one more. No, there are about 2, 3 more. So one before the next two is still on money matters, by the way. And so earlier we listened to the Minister of Finance. Now we're going to listen to the CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso. This is not as long as the other one, I promise, but it's also important for us to know these things. The CBN Governor, Olayemi Cardoso, reaffirms the Apex Bank's commitment to monitoring economic data and preserving banking sector stability and ongoing economic reforms and global risks. By the way, before we go on, those who gave gifts earlier, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for your generosity. Mimi Joseph, Komi Omotola, everyone who gave, thank you so much for your support. And yes, on YouTube as well, I saw Femi Eniola. Thank you for the gift. And you also attached a very interesting note. It says, yes, I know tomorrow. Tomorrow is July 22nd. Oh, you are responding to the guy who said, do I know tomorrow? And then Mr. Femi also says, I don't have to be God to know tomorrow is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026. For the clown asking if you know tomorrow, what you should have said is, if Prof knows what will happen tomorrow, Olodo. Thank you. And thanks for the gift as well. Back to Governor of CBN. Governor Cardoso, this is from Channel TV. Please take a listen to this.
However, maintaining the current monetary policy stance will provide an opportunity to closely monitor incoming data and assess the trajectory of inflation to guide future policy decisions. The NPC acknowledged the federal government's renewed commitment to strengthening policy coordination, with particular emphasis on the ongoing collaboration with the Monetary Authority, which has helped to moderate the impact of the Middle East crisis on the domestic economy. Members thus noted that greater alignment between fiscal and monetary policies would enhance policy effectiveness and support the achievement of overall macroeconomic objectives. To further strengthen macroeconomic fundamentals, the committee underscored the potential benefits of Executive Order 9. Members further commended government's renewed efforts in improving crude oil production and encouraged relevant agencies to strengthen the implementation of reforms to maximize the potential in other sectors, such as solid minerals, to complement government earnings. The MPC welcomed the positive outcome of the banking sector recapitalization exercise, noting the improvement in the resilience of the banking system as reflected in key prudential and financial soundness indicators. It nevertheless urged the bank to sustain effective surveillance to preserve financial sector soundness and mitigate potential risks to financial stability.
By the way, the CBN Governor Laim Kadoso kept mentioning MPC. The MPC is the Monetary Policy Committee, and they just had the July meeting. And what he's saying here is the report from that meeting, essentially. A couple more clips on that matter. In this next one, he talks about how global economic growth is projected to slow to 3% in 2026 due to Middle East tensions, but then he says that Nigeria's economy will be resilient or will remain resilient because it will be supported by rising oil production. Please take a listen to this bit.
Recent estimates indicate that global growth is anticipated to slow to 3% in 2026 compared to 3.5% in 2025, reflecting the impact of heightened geopolitical tensions in the Middle East, trade policy uncertainties, and tight fiscal conditions. Risks to global inflation remain on the upside, driven mainly by the increasing prices of crude oil and other commodities. Inflationary pressures are likely to be further amplified by supply chain disruptions and climate-related shocks inhibiting food production. Additionally, exchange rate volatility and fiscal constraints pose upside risk to inflation in most emerging and developing economies. Outlook. Output growth is projected to remain resilient in 2026, anchored on the recent improvement in crude oil production, expansionary purchasing managers index, and the positive impact of timely policy reforms. Inflation is projected to moderate further in the medium term on the back of continued stability in the foreign exchange market, lagged effect of previous monetary policy tightening, and improved food supply conditions as the harvest season approaches.
So I'm going to pause at this point because of time. We don't have a lot of time on our hands. And there's another part where it talks about the fact that Nigeria is moving away from subjective rate estimates, and this ensures clearer transactional pricing. And also it talked about how the central bank is advancing its inflation targeting framework. So we're looking forward to inflation dropping, so that the issues that we have, particularly in purchasing ability of purchasing power, will be taken care of. I think, right, but we have some people here who are experts in economy and finance and so on and so forth. So when the time comes for you to come up, please feel free to explain further. I'm just reporting what he said. We're going to move away from this very quickly, and we'll end with this stuff about from the police, 2 reports from them, and then I'll bring people up. But we're not going to have too many people at this time, because I want us to get to history. I want us to get to class as soon as possible. But before we go to class, let me inform you that the Nigerian police has instructed us that something is changing in their operational framework. And so they're saying that the police officers, are no longer allowed to search your phones. And I'm saying this, I mean, that never happened. Anyway, I'm saying it to all of us, just in case you have siblings, and or some of you, you are big men, you have children, in Nigeria, they should know their rights. And of course, they should do it with wisdom, sure. But take a listen to the FCT Commissioner of Police.
The issue of phone, searching of phones, you see, it has been clearly stated that, of course, these of abuse are extortive tendencies of some officers and men of not only the police, but even other assistant agencies. It has been instructed that no one to search any phone, especially when you just arrest somebody on the road and you say, take your phone, and you start searching because you are suspecting the person to be in a room also. This does not negate the fact that phones are also being used to commit crime. But of course, before such thing can happen, the person must have committed the crime, must have been properly arrested, brought to the station. Then, when trying to uncover some evidence, you can now start searching to see whether the phone or other items are being used to commit or perpetrate such crime. But for you to just stop anybody on the road and say, bring your phone, let me search. Oh, you have to do something about your phone. But then, if any policeman stops you on the road, according to the instructions of the Nigerian police, which we are bound to obey to the last of it, don't argue, don't open your phones, resist, ask the nearby people to help you call the police, call that emergency line. You will see our men there, and then we will ask them why, provided they are in NCT. They are outside NCT. Then we say, you call your command civil right.
All right, so that's good news. And then the last bit we're going to mention before we move on is good news from Lagos. NSCDC uncovers fake university in Lagos, rescues 106 students. This news broke earlier today. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps Badagry Area Command has uncovered a suspect. 1 second, let me look for another number. Let me open it another. Okay. Let's read from, look on guys, Sahara. I want to read the full report, not the ads. All right, from Sahara Reporters, NSCDC burst alleged fake university in Lagos, rescues 106 youth recruited through Ponzi-style admission. Seems to happen for this Lagos. The Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC, Badagry Area Command, has uncovered a suspected fake university operating from a 3-bedroom apartment. Operating from a 3-bedroom apartment in Ilado, Olorunda Local Council Development Area, LCDA of Lagos State, rescuing 106 youth allegedly lured into the scheme with promises of admission into a foreign university. The command also arrested the proprietor of the institution, who is accused of recruiting young people from different parts of Nigeria and neighboring West African countries through what investigators described as a fraudulent admission and referral network resembling a Ponzi scheme. The operation, carried out in the early hours of Monday, followed several days of intelligence gathering and covert surveillance by NSCDC operatives. Meanwhile, what appeared to be an ordinary three-bedroom apartment tucked away in the Ilado area of Olorunda LCDA was, according to security officials, the center of an elaborate alleged academic fraud and recruitment operation targeting desperate young people seeking higher education abroad. Confirming the development to a local platform, Badagry today, the Badagry area commander of the NSCDC Chief Superintendent Bengai Ekwonla said the command acted on credible intelligence regarding suspicious activities at the location. Ekwonla said, and I quote, "We got reliable intelligence about the activities going on there. Our officers monitored the place for days before moving in. We have arrested the proprietor who is assisting with our investigation while the students have been taken into our protective custody." According to the NSCDC, the apartment was filled with young men and women, most of them between the ages of 19 and 24, who appeared visibly confused and uncertain about their future following the raid. Some of them are from Niger Republic, Cameroon, and Togo. Victims reportedly paid amounts ranging from 200,000 naira to 1.5 million naira. Victims reportedly paid amounts ranging from 200,000 naira to 1.5 million naira, while some foreign nationals disclosed that they paid between $400 and $500 in admission-related charges. Somebody's asking for a name. I'm also looking for the name. They didn't put any name here. But the NSCDC said they've started contacting their families. One parent told us a child informed the family that he came to Badagry to learn a trade, not to attend a university. That shows many of these parents were completely unaware. It's quite sad that children will go through all of this. Anyway, that's good news that they've been rescued from Anyolemio, Anyolayasha. Anyway, let me finish this news report. The NSCDC area commander assured that every rescued victim will be properly profiled before being reunited. Excuse me, please. The NSCDC area commander assured that every rescued victim will be properly profiled before being reunited with their families and guardians after the conclusion of investigations. He also vowed that all those found culpable in operating the alleged illegal institution will be prosecuted in accordance with the law. The discovery has once again highlighted the growing threat posed by fraudulent online admission schemes targeting thousands of young Nigerians desperate for educational opportunities abroad. The NSCDC is continuing its investigation and so on and so forth. Thank you very much for listening to that. Now, someone said, I saw Atilado in Olorunda local council development area. Yes, that's the place. Thank you for listening to the news. Let's have some people come up. After them, we'll go to today's conversation. Today's topic is who released Awo from prison? You may think you know the answer, but how do you arrive at that answer? We'll go through some books today and we will get to understand things a bit better. Let's have some people. We have Bumblebee and Ruby Vest. Please, as soon as you get up, please mute so that we don't have interference, and then we'll have your submissions. Let's start with Bumblebee. Good evening, Bumblebee.
Good evening, Prof. Equito.
Ẹkáàbọ. Yes, sir.
So good to see you. Mama like our star in your casual outfit then with the filler. I think it will become a trend eventually. So let me just go to the submission for the day. Yeah. Number one, I have seen a weave. I've seen a ton.
How big is your garden?
There are peacocks here actually.
I hear all kinds of things. Tobashe frog, Tobashe peacock.
A lot of peacocks here. It's not my garden. It's a place where it's a client's house. So
one. Thank you.
Yeah, it's
Thank
very
you for regaling us with the nature voices of
nature.
nature.
No, it's not me. It's my client. So, okay, back to I've seen a turn in the tide of how things are going on social media. People are beginning to become aware of the victimhood mongers. I've seen that people are beginning to challenge them, and I have been doing this since even before I came across your channel. Immediately after the election, in fact, a few months leading up to the elections, I'd seen people turn everything around to just being obedient to becoming tribal jingoists, and they are turning it out to make Yoruba people out as their own opposition and their enemy. I saw it, I felt it. Because for me, most of the time when I see an interesting post, I would immediately go to the comment section and just troll. When they say I'm on comment section, people that just troll and don't make comments, I'm one of them. And that strong wave of hate, and it was really, really directed at us as Yoruba people for no reason. That's happened during the election, when Obi started crying up and down, church take back your country, all that rubbish, they rigged the election, yada, 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 yada. It wasn't directed towards the PC, it wasn't directed towards Tinubu, it was directed towards Yoruba people at large. I felt it, and that was when I started realizing that the obedience are a mob. I said, if you want to, then I was supporting Tinubu. I was like, I'm supporting because I just want Igbo people to have their own bit of taste of leadership. That was why, not because it's better. And I made it known to all the obedient people. I said, I'm not obedient, I'm just an Obi supporter. Eventually, when I started going against the obedient, like these few people are becoming fanatics. In fact, leading up to the elections, in some in some WhatsApp group, I started seeing people posting, this very thing you said when Nnamdi Azikiwe used to do. When they say there's crime being done somewhere, they will post it on the group, they will say this is and I was feeling it because I'm a very sensitive person. So me too, I started giving them the same energy. Because I in the group, and we had some Yoruba obedience too that were there, and I mean these people are family men, big people, big men and everything. And I was seeing this nonsense. But for one size one. So there was one that was in diaspora. That one too was just moving mad, and I was more fun to back to back, bumper to bumper in the group. To drop a come, I drop meji more fun back to back in the group. Yeah. So I was the first to start sensing that nonsense. But it turned into full blown kini. Come out straight, come straight. Don't go around the corner. Come out straight to us. Kilebama funny answer. So eventually I realized that this was what was going on Instagram as well. Going on WhatsApp groups, going on every social media platform. But what I've also sensed now is that in the past 2-3 months, people are beginning to catch wind of it. Yoruba people are beginning to come out to speak up. If you go to comment sections on all these controversial posts, they are beginning to speak up. Victimhood mongers are beginning to call them out of their nonsense. In fact, I saw one post by Chidi Odenkalu. I don't know why somebody be wearing dark shades to do interview in a studio. If you're not a mad person, why are you doing that? When it's not sunny inside the studio, why are you wearing dark shades? So I've seen him going around in some podcasts, beginning to, and amongst that is where he said when people are coming back for Christmas and all that nonsense. He has started doing that nonsense. So show true color. So they'll first of all start when that madness comes over them. The madness they not cured in the mental institutions in their region. When it comes over them, the first symptom is they will start out by just saying some subtle opposition stuff. Eventually give that same individual, maybe Kenneth Ogunko, you first start giving some light opposition arguments, just give color and begin to talk nonsense and say a lot of things, conspiracy theories and all. So I've seen people are beginning to push back. I've even seen some northern platforms. Another thing I like to do is I like to listen to people that are not, so I'm not in an echo chamber. I like to also follow platforms that are not my own people. Let me have a feel for what northerners are doing in the country. Let me have it, because social media algorithm is a way of isolating you to things you want to listen to. So it's your job to have a feel for what is going on in other parts of the country. So there are some Hausa platforms I follow. There are some I try not to follow Igbo platforms because everything they do is irritating. But of course, I still listen to their mainstream news outlet, which is Arise, and sometimes it just get on my nerve, which is what I'm coming to. So I started realizing that people are that. Okay, yeah. So next 2 minutes, let me wrap up. So I started realizing that on social media, people are catching wind of it and they are beginning to push back. I'm happy about that. So that's that about that. Now, what I really want to bring out is today, these two posts, post about what Olayemi Cardoso said, and you juxtapose it with what Taiwo Yedele said. These are industry experts that have history of competence from the private sector, and they're serving in in Tinubu's cabinet. Both of them said these things about the budget and everything, and the foreign the foreign reserve. Can you believe that this permit me to use these words? This numbskull, Rufai Oseni, brought those two videos, played it, and started critiquing what Olayemi also said about why you need to have a foreign reserve. And I was like, dude, that is not your field of expertise. You studied animal science. You are practicing journalism. You think you know better than somebody who is a career banker, who is the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. Like, I was like, this guy is just a fool. That was what the conclusion. I was so livid. I was so angry. I was like, this guy is just a fool. But that's actually my conclusion. It was so annoying. I was so enraged that this guy is just nothing but a fool. He has constituted himself as an opposition politician in Nigeria. That's just my contribution. Prof, thanks for your patience.
Thank you very much for that submission, Bumblebee. Very loaded. And I often say it that, yeah, while we can all say, we have opinions, it's also important for us to know the limits of our knowledge. That actually allows us to be open to real information. But if you are assuming that you know everything because you can speak English, you have problem. But before we go to the next speaker, I want to unveil a new single that one of our mothers decided to release recently. It's about the coming elections, and I think it's important for you to listen to it. Take a listen to this beautiful song. That's a single, beautiful single. We're going to change Spotify with that song. Kinapa not what whoever you think that person you're referring to, you get the point. Thank you very much for that gift, Mr. Femi on YouTube. God bless you, sir. Let's go to the next speaker. Please, let's keep it short so that we can have some time for class. Ruby Vest, good evening, ma'am. Are you there?
Sir, sorry, I did not know that I've joined. I guess I was clicking like. I guess that was how I okay. Well, thank you for your constant enlightenment and awareness that you're creating for the Yoruba race. Well, we thank God for all this information that are coming out constantly every day. And hopefully, the Yoruba race, they will take hold of this information and make the best use of it when the time comes, and do the needful. Láti ṣan owó àwọn ẹni ibi kúrò on our land and in our economy. What can I say? I was actually not prepared. I was just listening and
It's
doing my
okay.
work.
Don't let me
Yeah.
put you on the spot, but
Yeah.
I'm glad you're also
Yeah.
here. Thank
Thank
you
you so
very
much,
much,
sir. Thank
my
you, sir.
sister.
Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. So let's go to Jakes Man, and then we will go to class from there. Good evening, Jakes Man.
Thank you so much, sir. Olotu, good evening.
You're welcome,
I
sir.
believe you know my issue now. OB is my problem. OB is my problem. It's my problem not because he's OB, not because he's Igbo, not because he's a contestant. It's my problem because he is actually demarcating and delegating Nigeria as a country. He never have anything good to say about the country. And a lot of people are following after his steps. I came up because the video you play about him, I watch it. In fact, following after your steps, I've played that video on my platform, analyzed it a little bit. I was shocked when I saw that video, when I heard it. I know some of these people have been in the diaspora for quite a long time. I know that before an educated white person in an office will invite you over a subject, they must have studied or do a research on what they want to talk to you about. Obi going there to say Nigeria, Africa, see 10 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, for me that was rubbish. They know more than you before they invited you. Now, the questions they were asking him, sir, were deliberate. You know why they were asking that questions? And actually, that question was asked, what are you going to do if you do not win this election? And then, sir, I know because you say it looks like, it doesn't look like. That guy is trying to incite, violence and, insurrection in Nigeria. That's what he's doing. It's as simple as that. And so I'm surprised why the Nigerian government, they don't do anything about these things. Sometimes it's not because you want to victimize or you want to look like a good government or, no. Sometimes you need to take action to avoid having such a situation in the near future. Done some few research about this guy, and I realized that he's doing what he's doing deliberately, and it's not good for us. Now we were talking about, somebody told me, listen, do you know that this guy is one that the building opened as a governor? The flag on the building, it's a Biafran flag. And I said, no, that is not possible,
so
sir.
the logo of Hero Beer, that logo itself,
yes.
Emma Solo, I'll look for the logo, I'll show you. The logo is actually, they use Biafra. The Biafran flag is part of the logo for Hero Beer. Please continue. I'll look for it.
Yes, I saw it. I searched it. I saw it. And I saw it's actually on the bottle, the container of the beer. And I was like, oh my God, how can this be? As a governor, didn't he realize that when Ifyongo, what is the assistant to Ojukwu, when he came to the Nigerian government, Obasanjo and the rest of them and go on and said, Biafra ceases to exist. We surrendered. What does it think it means? In Europe, there are countries you cannot use that symbol. That what is that Second World War symbol from that guy again?
Nazi
symbol. You can't. Just that symbol alone, without nothing written. If you are caught, you're going to court. And this guy went and used Biafra logo on the bureau as a governor. What's going on?
All right.
So the thing is, I'm surprised. Okay, I'm just so I'm surprised that it should not be, sir. It should not be. I think we should have a kind of an independent or human right office in Nigeria that can tackle these kind of things. That once a politician or anybody, does this kind of a thing, they should be able to rise up and say, no, because you're causing division for no just cause, for no good reason. So I just came up to express that, sir, to say this man knows what he's doing. It's not like he is actually inciting insurrection if he doesn't win. He wants to take the government by force. And I think we should call the attention, the entire Nigerian and the government to that for those that listen to that tape. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir. I want to read you a report from Independent newspaper. This was December 10, 2022, where someone wrote the article that Peter Obi has Biafra Sun symbol on his beer can. That's from Fani Kayode. Former Minister of Aviation Femi Fani Kayode has claimed that the Hero Lager beer is owned by the Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi, allegedly that the symbol of the sun on the beer represents the secessionist state Biafra. Recall that since August 2013, there have been an ownership controversy about the brewing company and the issue of shares to Next International, a company owned by the Anambra State Governor. It was also reported that he invested 2 billion naira of the state's money for a 10% stake in the brewery. However, Fani Kayode, while speaking during a channel's television program, Politics Today on Friday, cited the logo of the Hero beer as a reason why Obi shouldn't be the next president. He said, quote, "The other one, Peter Obi, a man as far as I'm concerned, when he was the governor of Anambra State, he was issuing ID cards and insisting Northerners should have ID cards, shipping them out of the state. This is a man that has a symbol of Biafra on his beer cans. This is a man whose vice, Dati Ahmed, said the homosexuals should be killed publicly." Let me show you the images because it will not make a lot of sense. We just keep talking about this without actually having pictorial representation. So here is Biafra flag. Okay, that's the rising sun in the middle. This is Zero beer. Okay, and it's going to help better when you look at both side by side. So here is something. Let's make a landscape. So what it did was to actually include that logo, the Biafran flag, in the Hero beer. I said that to say that Jake's man is not making it up. It's actually right there. I mean, we've known this thing for a long time. It's right there. So you see the logo on the beer can. It's the exact same thing. It's not like what I say. This is the logo. This is the rising sun, and this is the beer. Okay, you can see it on the can and on the bottle. People are saying, wow, I thought people knew this. So, and that's why I said to read the report from 2022, talking about what happened in 2013. It's something that, let's call it an open secret. And it is what it is, I guess. Let's have the final person before we go to class. She came up earlier, but I think maybe it was the network or something that got her down. Someone said, I've been telling people this since last year. I actually thought a lot of people knew this. I mean, Biafra logo is literally the logo of Hero Beer. The Biafra flag, that is the logo. And there's nothing about, nobody can even try to disprove that. It is that. All right. We're just going to have me, Joseph, and we'll take, oh dear, 7 to Lucia. Please, let's keep it short, Madam Mimi, and then we can go to class. Good evening, ma. Hi there.
Hello.
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 Hello, good
Sorry.
evening.
Okay. Ekale, I thought I was on mute. Ekale, I wanted to say some things. Mo mọ̀ pé àwọn kan máa wà níbí tó mọ nǹkan tí àwọn títì Ondo State àti Èkìtì tó wà included in all this massive infrastructure project that Tinubu is doing. Because the fact pé èèyàn jẹ́ ọmọ èèyàn kò mean pé èèyàn ò lè correct ẹ̀. There's tendency in every household pé ọmọ tó bá ń ṣe jọ̀ngbọ̀n jù ló máa ń la attention parents ẹ̀. Just to quieten them, you kind of give them more attention. Meanwhile, ọmọ tó jẹ́jẹ́ so ṣe mọ̀ kàn kì í really pay attention. I've been reading all these things on the newspapers. I haven't seen anything tó sọ fún mi pé wọ́n construct any roads in 2 major states in Yoruba land. So for that, I think we shouldn't just...
Which state?
I'm just saying 2 states, the former, the old Ondo state, which is now Ondo and Ekiti states. Which roads are constructing?
The coastal road is literally passing through Ondo state.
Yeah, but not Ekiti state. Ekiti on the coastline. I don't think Ekiti is on the coastline.
I'll look for the.
Please.
I'll find it for you. There are roads going to Ekiti and Lagos state.
Because I remember I haven't been to that area since 1993, but more at the last time I went, Titi Awolowo construct Loshiwa in many towns in Ekiti. Titi 1950s. So it will not be fair after Atonti critique táwọn Igbo ń gbógun ti Tinubu kó jẹ́ pé àwọn ló ń dá lóhùn mi pọ̀ ọmọ burúkú ni wọ́n máa tètè dá lóhùn meanwhile àwọn tìyàn tiẹ̀ kò dá yẹn pé ń ṣe nǹkan kan bẹ̀. Which one of my concerns was Ogbomo Igbo in charge of works, the biggest spend handled by Umahi. We would trust Omo Igbo kò síbi tẹ́ gbé wọn sí wọ́n máa kó èrò wọn síbẹ̀. So someone should be on the lookout and make sure that Ekiti, Ondo and Osun are not shortchanged from this whole infrastructural development, because in CSWDC, the rail projects, I don't see it also getting to that end of Yoruba land. We should be careful not to relegate.
It's going through that part, or it's going through all this.
Oshogbo, they're saying because Oshogbo had rail lines.
I know that 40 cities and towns.
In Yoruba land. Okay, Ejotebani information, yeah, I really appreciate it, because every time I look at it, I'm like, is it because they're also Yorubas and nobody is really we don't want to antagonize the president, but at the same time, we can't give him a pass on everything so that you go and give these troublesome people everything good. The second thing, when people talk about finance, spending and all that, this administration is an administration of accountants. Most of the players, Kadoso, Oyedele and all that, they were in PwC and all these companies. They're the same set of people. So this is the first time Nigerian government is actually in the hands of accounting graduates and chartered accountants for the most part. One thing I also want to say to that is Nigerians must begin to hold, as this government is now telling them, hold their elected officials accountable. I'll tell you how this information could have been disseminated. In this country, every senator, every rep, every only staffer, they're supposed to hire like 5 to 10 people in the office, each of these senators and House of Reps. But what has happened from what we had heard, 1 or 2 instances, salary payroll, budget, allocate for office of each senator. Every senator must have staffers. That's why when you read about any U.S. senator, you will hear that staffer office, Elizabeth Warren. I mean, I've spoken to Elizabeth Warren's office before. The staffers will pick up the phone and hear your point of view. That's why they're able to reach every member of their constituents, because they have 5 to 10 staffers. It's almost like a full-fledged office. But because Nigerians are not making demands, these people are funneling the salaries to their spouses
ìkan wà tó ń sọ fẹ́nìkan pé bóun fi gbàwé ọmọ òun ìyàwó òun máa ń gba sálárì iye báyìí lóṣooṣù. That's because their senators and their constituents are not holding them accountable. The moment we begin to set up small groups in Nigeria from county level to the other NGOs, not the Mama P, but the real NGOs, to begin to ask every senator how many staffers ló gbà láti constituency. Tó bá ní pé salary èèyàn mẹ́wàá ló wà lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ lóṣooṣù, èèyàn mélòó ló gbà. So those are the things that I feel we should do in that country. And another thing is people like Fayose, they're clowns and charlatans. We can't enthrone charlatans.
The brother
Both of them are charlatans. I'm sorry. Fayose the first and Fayose the idiot. They're both charlatans because look at Ekiti, what he did there. He didn't do jack. We can't condone mediocrity in Yoruba land. Yes, we want to support Tinubu, but Fayose and people like that, they're all charlatans. The Ekiti that I knew when I was young, Taman Lossi, is even worse. When I see it, sometimes I feel like crying. So yes, much as I feel like Nigeria, Tinubu is the best
candidate. When did you go to Ekiti State, madam?
1993 in Imolobe, but I watch it on YouTube.
No.
It's terrible. It is terrible. One man I
visited. I was in Ekiti State. No. I was still in Ekiti about, and this was even a long time ago, about 2 or 3 years ago. It's not what it was like back then, no. I mean, it's not like everywhere is perfect now. There's still a lot of work to be done, but you can't judge based on that, though.
Based on what I'm seeing on YouTube, there's really no, apart from I do it, there's no real development.
People can focus on, again, it's like what's happened in Ogun State. Recently, all the things we've been seeing, right, we're seeing bad roads in Ogun State. Everywhere is bad. And if you're looking for that, you will find a lot of it. But are there bad roads in Ogun State? Yes. Are there good roads there as well? Yes. You see,
okay.
So
are we going to excuse them? Are we going to excuse them because
no. So here's the thing: we cannot criticize based on, if we don't have enough information, then we can't criticize based on what we don't have. So what we have to do is that we have to be specific and say, okay, this road that leads from here to here has to be fixed. Here to here has to be fixed. That way, the governor or whoever is in charge, the minister of, by the way, the minister of works is not responsible for all the roads inside Ekiti State.
No, I'm not saying that.
There are trunk A roads. There are trunk A roads. There are trunk B roads.
That's why I said Fayose. That was why I mentioned Fayose specifically.
So let me just read some of the things to you. All right. In fact, before I even read anything to you, I'm going to play you. I mean, you don't like the man because you said he's a clown, but
I don't care for him. But he's just a clown. He's a charlatan.
Don't worry. Oh shoot. I was going to play you a video from Isaac Fayose. I mean, you can call him whatever you want to call him, but here it was actually lauding the federal government for building a particular road that they've been complaining about in Ekiti State for a bit.
Good.
And the government actually did it. And I'm saying that if you're going to criticize government, again, there's so much work that they can do, but we've got to actually know exactly what they've done so that, we're also able to acknowledge growth. Give me a second, I'll find that clip I found it. Take a listen to this.
Yes. I want to thank the federal government for awarding Ijo some roads in my state. Thank you, David Imai. We are grateful for Ekiti. I've made videos about those roads. They are bad. I'm happy that President Tinubu have decided to award the roads and his contractor now. Contractor, you better do well, because that road, we've been waiting for those Ijo, Ado, all those roads, Akure to Ekiti. We've been waiting for the roads. So now that is awarded and David Imai has moved to site, you must do the road well. Thank you so much, President Tinubu, for that. Thank you for the Orire children there.
All right, so Ado Ekiti, Haramako, Itaure Road, this major 56.18 kilometer corridor connecting Ekiti State to Osun State boundary is under a massive federal reconstruction. By the way, I'm reading here from Federal Ministry of Information and National Orientation. They have a website, just in case. Yeah. No, don't worry. I'll just read. Am I worried? I'll just say everything because what I want to say. So Ado Ekiti, Haramako, Itaure Road, this major 56.18 kilometer corridor connecting Ekiti State to the Osun State boundary is under a massive federal reconstruction contract awarded to Mercer CBC Global Civil and Building Construction Nigeria Limited. The work features reinforced concrete design stretching from the police headquarters in Ado-Ekiti up to the Osun boundary. There's another one that I found from Ekiti State government itself. And this, like I said, they are federal government roads, they are state government roads. The one that I read earlier, that's federal government. That's different from the one that she was talking about. There's another one that the Ekiti State government itself is constructing. And it's Aramoko Ijeru Ifaki Road. All right. 1 second. No, it's actually federal government, interestingly. It was approved by the federal government. Find it on the Ekiti State government website, but it's actually the president. Let me read that report to you very quickly. By the way, our states also have websites. So let me also announce, because it's important.
I've looked for all of them. Oh, I've looked for, in fact, one of the engaged citizens of Nigeria. To just put more engaged bí ju ọ̀rọ̀ Trump lọ. Mi ṣe mọ̀ kan tó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ mọ́ ládùúgbò mi.
No. You have not looked enough. ekitistate.gov.ng.
Okay. I will go there and look for them because one can publicize. Leko nìkan ló dàbí ẹni pé wọ́n are most responsive, and I tell people that Lagos is the only modern state in Nigeria.
You are getting the news on social media, not from the website.
Website talking updates.
Lagos is like that because Lagos is Lagos. Lagos is just Lagos, right? Everything is happening in Lagos. Most of us who are chatting, most of us who are talking, the focus is on Lagos. But it's not to say that the other states are not doing anything. They have websites. We just don't usually just pay attention.
Sherry, Edekin mention.
Okay, please. I'll give you 30 seconds and I'm going to have to continue.
Yes, please.
30 seconds, yes.
Just 30 seconds to say that, Grok. Somebody puts it on Grok. Who is the commissioner for environment in all the 36 states? 10 of the results came out with Wahab Dosumo. Because the data
you're giving
on the rest of them.
Grok is using Twitter.
No, Grok is, not just Twitter. Grok is using all AI, pulling resources. I know. Okay, that's fine, but Grok doesn't use Claude, Grok, ChatGPT, they all pull data. I'm not against them. I just want them to do right.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Now I'm going to take it down so I can respond, fully. But it's not because I don't want to hear what you're saying, just because if I talk and then I have interruptions that affect my flow. But I thank you for bringing those things up. And I'm going to now respond. All right. But it's important that she brought those things up. So let me read. In fact, what did she say? Commissioners for Environment. By the way, another thing also is that different states have different nomenclature for commissioners with those portfolios. It's not every state that uses the same portfolio of environment and water resources like Lagos State. But let's just say environment. And then we're still going to come back to the other stuff because it's important that she's asking a question because this is in-house, so it's good. Okay. 1 second. So for instance, if you use different, by the way, Grok is AI. AI can be wrong. AI can the ones that are allowed are the ones that you find online, to be honest. You find all our Sonia Ogun State. There's Tokumbo Wab, of course, number one. There's Dairu Mohammed Hashim. You also have to be very intentional. Anyway, let's not go into too many things. Let's just focus on this. So I want to just talk about rail and road so we can move on. So I mentioned how the federal government is building Ado-Ekiti in Aramoko Itaore Road. It's 56.18 kilometers. It's in Ekiti State, connecting Ekiti State to Osun State. Then there's Aramoko Ejere Ifaki Road. Then there is the one being built by the state government. There's Ekiti First Ring Road Project. It's actually it's been handled by Cranberg Construction. It spans from Iworoko Ekiti, traversing Are Afao, Araromi, and the Ekiti Cargo Airport Zone, terminating at Ayegunle Ijon Road. All right. Then there's another one. Then there are a lot of intercity and intracity roads. By the way, this information you find on Ekiti State government website, though, so that's what I'm getting from. They say administration is collectively, so they're doing asphalt overlays, rural access tracks from Ado, Iworoko, Ifaki Road, and so on and so forth. So the point is, I've not been to Ekiti in a long time, but the last time I went was about 3 years ago. There's some. I mean, if you, there's some areas in Ekiti. If you know, you know. They're called bad gone. Some of those parts that the state government has actually done a lot of work on. There's a lot of work to be done across the southwest, but I also want to, not act as though the roads have been the way they've always been. On SWDC, the information I want to give you is that the rail grid. This is from the Guardian Nigeria. Excuse me. The rail grid, that's the SWDC rail. It's designed to span. I said 40 cities and towns. I was wrong. It's 44. 44 cities and urban centers across all 6 states. It's not about Shogbo. It's all 6 states. Okay. So you have Lagos State, which is the, of course, primary commercial center. And then you have Ogun State, which has manufacturing hubs in Ewekoro and spaces like that. Papalanto, that's where you have Lafarge and some of those other companies. Goes through your state, all right, through Omoniya Omiadio to Osun State, and then Ondo State, and then Ekiti State. So all states are part of that corridor, all right. So what they're doing is not. I want to see if I can read you the report, although it's taking me out of today's class, but I think it's important to all of us, so let's do it. This report is from 20th May 2026. SWDC, I think I'll show you the image. I'll show you the image much later, but let me just read you the report. This is from Guardian. It says SWDC moves to link Southwest states through regional rail network. The Southwest Development Commission, SWDC, has secured a provisional rail operating and track license from the Nigerian Railway Corporation, NRC, as part of efforts to establish a regional rail transportation system across the state. According to the Commission, the planned rail grid will span 44 cities across the 6 Southwest states: Lagos State, Ogun State, Oyo State, Osun State, Ondo State, and Ekiti State. The initiative is expected to strengthen regional integration by improving the movement of passengers and goods across the Southwest corridor. Officials also believe the rail system will support industrialization, boost supply chain efficiency, and open up fresh investment opportunities within the zone. I'll show you a picture of what the grid looks like. Give me 1 second, and I think we are here. Let me show you. You see that every single state in the Southwest is taken care of. So I hope you can see it. All right, Sherry. So it's connecting six states, 44 city network, as reviving, old roads. Okay. I want to say something before we go on. There are roads that need to be fixed in different parts, but if we really want to lobby, number one, I think we should create something about. There should be something of a lobby. We don't have lobbyist organizations. What they call them, lobbyists in Nigeria like that. They exist, but not the way they exist in the US. And I think that many of us need to get busy, get involved. You can, work with the folks in the National Assembly representing your constituency. You can push certain bills, but there's something like, pressure group, lobby pressure group law, lobby pressure group. We have plenty of pressure groups in Nigeria. We don't have enough. I mean, at least not the way they do in the US, where you can actually. I mean, the words that come to me in mind are negative, but you know what those groups do to get whatever they want to get passed. Sometimes they write the bill themselves and get it to you in the National Assembly, in the Congress, to help them. Anyway, that's the US. But the point I'm trying to make is that one of the things that we're going to require to be able to do those such things is we have to have accurate information. Like, you have to know exactly the thing you want to fix. All right? Like, you've got to be specific. You can't be general. You have to be, or you can't be generic. You have to be specific. This part to this part is not well. That part is not well. So we have to do that so that if you now go and meet them, for instance, if you go and meet a person in National Assembly and you say the roads in this state are not fixed, the person says, how about this road? How about this one? How about that one? You see? Meanwhile, there are roads that are not fixed, but because we don't know those specific ones, we may not be able to actually engage them, if you get what I mean. So I'm sure that that's something that all of us have to do. Having said that, let's go to class. Meanwhile, before I go, let me read some things here. Someone says Ekiti. This is a caller Farayola on YouTube. It says Ekiti is not terrible. It may be moving at a slower pace. Ola Wale says Ekiti is really improving and things are getting better. 1993 is a long time to make an objective judgment, but about what's happening there today. King, please, if you're on TikTok, please don't stop our tapping. We're having some stuff going on here. All right. King says, okay, Dan says, this is a lie to the Yoruba race. Thank you very much. And then King says, this is going to limit the narrative of things and stop brainwashing of Yoruba people. Yeah, the class we're having today is going to help us do that. Anyway, all of that to say that it's good for us to ask for better governance and for us to be built. But make no mistakes, things are happening. It's just that social media, the way the algorithm works, somehow encourages bad news. Okay, negativity sells and draws more people than positive things, and you can tell from what you also know on social media. So let's dig a bit deeper. But let me also say this, that if there's something that you think the government should be saying and they're not saying, maybe we should be the ones saying it, and we also find a way. I mean, this platform is growing, and we can also use the platform to highlight some of those things. And if there are challenges, we can also use the platform to highlight those challenges. However, we've got to be specific. Or no, not ṣe kí ló ẹ̀kan ti ṣe ibo ló ẹ̀kan ti fomi ẹ̀rọ sí tómi ò tí débẹ̀. We have to be specific, or else they'll just be like, but once you go direct, they know, oh, these guys have done their assignment, they've done their homework. That's a better way to engage, folks in government. Thank you, everybody who came up earlier. We'll have, if possible, maybe another one or two people come up much later. But let's go to class. So today we are asking the question and we are going to answer it. Who released Awolowo from prison? It's a question that's been coming up since 1966. And some people have been saying all kinds of things. Of course, it looks like a lot of people have an agenda. And whenever they want to push it, Awo is a name that comes to their mind. I have said several times, as a Yoruba person and as an offspring of Awolowo, politically, ideologically, we have a duty, and not just me, even all of us, Yoruba people particularly, we have a duty to make sure that his name is not tarnished. And I'll tell you why. It's not because, why are you just shouting about his name? It's because if he's attacked, the race is done for. When people want to get you as a people, it's not just about shouting about you and trying to... What they do with Awo is exactly what they're doing with our leaders today. They call Shoyinka, they call Adeboye. If you think Adeboye is being insulted because he's a Christian, you don't get it. It's because he's Yoruba. They will insult Tinubu. He's not a Christian. They will insult Kumi. Anybody that doesn't kowtow to them is not worthy of anything. And we've got to be very careful not to follow the bandwagon. And one of the things that we do for the most part is that we tend to just chill and say, Koridi matter, oh matter. Especially for the younger generation, when they hear these narratives of, oh, we did something for them. And that's what they're really doing. We released Awo. We did this for Awo. In other words, you owe us something. I'll say this, and I've said it before. I'm a Yoruba man. I owe nobody nothing in this country called Nigeria. The only thing I owe people is love and respect. And I will love and respect you. Until you think I'm a fool for doing so, then I will tell you exactly who you are. Because but at some point, like, let's just call Malu what Malu is. It is Malu. All of that to say that there's a trend. I mean, it's been going on for 60 years of people just lying and using our law to catch cruise, but not anymore. Because Amakoya, and the reason, like I said, is because when you defend his honor, you are defending, and you're defending his legacy, you're actually defending Yoruba people. If you're a true child or a true, a legitimate son, when people insult your father, you don't say, I want a point. no matter what point you have, even if he has a fault, I can discuss that, but I'm going to do it with respect. But a lot of these clowns just look for things to throw at Awolowo because they think it's going to stick, but it ain't going to happen. Having said that, let me tell you the background to what I'm about to do today. So someone, and I don't think the person was being, I'm trying to think the best of him, decided to put out some news reports, that have of information after the fact. Okay? And I'll read some of those things to you. So in August, somebody says, that it's possible that, in January actually, that it's possible that Iransi would release Awo from prison. The headline was Army Supreme Commander may release Awolowo. What date? January 18, 1966. Okay? Please stay with me. It's going to be a long conversation. Army Supreme Commander may release Awolowo. That was January 18, 1966. By the way, the background, of course, you know that there was a coup January 15, January 16, Iransi, by the use of gun. Nobody called him to come and become any head of state. He did it. He organized a coup within a coup. We talked about that before. Became head of state and had an announcement at 11:50 p.m. on Sunday, January 16, 1966. All right. And then, so that was 16th. On Monday, of course, was when they arrested Victor Banjo on the 17th. And then on the 18th of January, they put out the news item, Army Supreme Commander may release Awolowo. I'm going somewhere, stay with me. I want to read to you the things that this person posted. And then the person also put another one that in August 4, that it is possible that the release of Awolowo was actually done by, what's his name now? Iransi, but was Gowon that executed it. I say foul. Now, the truth of the matter is that you cannot rewrite history because you're trying to make a point and say this person may have done something. May release Awolowo in January does not mean he did it, towards the end. It is true, by the way, and we're going to read today. Gosh, we have a lot of things to read. I'm going to read to you the letter that Awolowo wrote to Iransi in March of 1966. It's in this book, My March Through Prison, Adventures in Power, Book 1. You can get it on Redomi Books. I'm also going to read a number of books. I'll tell you the titles later. So it is true that Awolowo wrote a letter in March. But like I said on Twitter, Iransi had 6 months to release Awolowo. He didn't do anything. Gowon got there, and in 24 hours, in less than 24 hours, he released Awo. By third, Awo was out of prison. So he got there on the first. On the second, Awo was released. So now, who told us the first time that was Iransi that released Awo? We'll talk about it today. What did that person say, right? About 40 odd years later. What did the person say about who released Awo? We'll talk about that also today. Having said that background, let's now read. Where do we begin? Let's begin with, there are two topics going on in my head. There's one we're going to do maybe tomorrow or Thursday. So let's do the one for today. It is true that Awo was imprisoned. He was imprisoned, of course, fallout of what happened in 1962. We've done it here before. 62, he went to prison and then he was there. Thankfully, it turns out that it was a good thing because at the time they organized that coup, they did not. If he had been alive, they probably would have killed him as well. And one of these days, I'm going to have a session on if the coup was really to release Awolowo. The short answer is that it was not. I don't care. Or to make Awolowo president, that's the word. If the coup was put together to make Awolowo president, the answer is it was not. The idea that it was also put together to release Awo, it was true to a point. It was true as far as the claim that Adewale Ademoyiga made is concerned. But in reality, it was not true. Why? Because when they wanted to actually go ahead and release Awo, everything that was supposed to be in place to release Awo was not in place. There was no helicopter or anybody that would fly it. Everybody had something to do at that particular point in time. Therefore, there was really no plan for Calabar. And by the way, when you read the special branch report that was put out in April of 1966, they wrote it there clearly that the plan really was for 3 locations in Nigeria, contrary to what Adewale Ademoyiga thought. I know this is not today's topic. I'm just going to quickly say it. At the time, there were 5 capitals and 1 place of interest. The 5 capitals we had at the time, we had Lagos, which was the capital of the entire country, Nigeria. We had Ibadan, which was the capital of the Western region. We had Enugu, capital of the Eastern region. We had Kaduna, capital of the Northern region. And we had Benin, the capital of the Midwest. 5 capitals. And then we had 1 place of interest, which was Calabar. So in actual fact, you'd have expected action in those 6 places. But in reality, when the people were questioned and interrogated, it was discovered that they only had plans for Lagos, Ibadan, and Kaduna. No plan for Enugu, no plan for Benin. Clearly because there were Igbo people leading those 2 regions. And there was definitely no plan for Calabar. So Awo was not even on the radar, contrary to what you will find in the why we struck. Meanwhile, let me quickly say something. And I want to beg you, maybe not you listening, not the regulars, but those who probably listen to this, if you will ever try to write things in my comment section, please have some sense. You cannot want to discuss the coup or the war, and the only book you have read in your life is Why We Struck. Go down now. You're reading one book, and you have put all the in your mind, everything you need to know is inside that one book. It's not like that now. That's not how we learn. We have to also ask other people, all right, so that we understand things from different perspectives. That's how we actually gather information. It doesn't make sense when people go on social media, go to my comment section, they'll curse me out, insult me, then you ask them, and then they'll be shouting according to Why We Struck. And I can assure you they've not read that book. They haven't. It's just that because it was written by Yoruba man, they always bring it up according to. Interestingly, Why We Struck doesn't even make Igbo people look very good, but they've not read it, so they wouldn't know. The point I'm trying to make, though, is that there's a lot of information spread across different books. So as we have sessions here, we'll bring up books. And if you have any other information, please feel free to also share it with me. We are all learning together. Having said that, let me go back to this person. So the person put out this information, and then he was counted. I don't want to mention his name because I don't think he meant. I think he's also maybe not 1 second, not 1 sentence, not a dot, not a word in this book gives you the impression that Ironsi released Awolowo. Ironsi did not release Papa. But the question we should be asking is, who told us that Ironsi released Awolowo? I'll start today by reading a book by Ken Saro-Wiwa. The book is titled On a Darkling Plain. So let's start with that book. Today I was looking at the book again, and I discovered that although the book was published in 1989, Saro-Wiwa called Igbo IBO. And I've told you why I spell it IBO. It's because they're trying to use IGBO to claim what belongs to Yoruba people. But in this book, On the Darkling Plain, the word was clearly IBO, and it was published in 1989. Having said that, let's read. In Port Harcourt itself, again, the book is called On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. In Port Harcourt itself, things were a lot more calm. Most people there did not believe that Ironsi had been killed. Of course, this was after the counter coup of July 29, 1966. Rumors actually went round to the effect that he had fled to Switzerland and that he was there purchasing arms in readiness for a return which would surprise Gowon and his clique. What was most surprising in all this was the readiness with which this fiction was widely accepted and retold by all, elite civil servants included. Does that ring a bell? No? It's not different from Buhari is from Sudan. Jubril. We were to see more of this in times ahead. It was about this time that Lieutenant Colonel Gowon set Chief Awolowo and Chief Enaoro free. Gowon himself received Chief Awolowo at the airport and assured him that the nation will still need his services. The Yoruba people went berserk with joy. I say the Yoruba people advisedly. Opponents of Chief Awolowo there were no doubt, but the leadership of that camp had also been in prison since the January coup. General Gowon had also set them free. And with Chief Akintola out of the way, there was hope that the Yoruba would reunite under Awolowo and that peace would therefore return to Western Nigeria at long last. The act of freeing Awolowo pleased the Yorubas immensely. Although Ojukwu sent Awolowo a telegram, pay attention please. Although Ojukwu sent Awolowo a telegram of congratulations on his release from detention, affirming that the decision to release him was one of the last acts of the Ironsi regime, the Yorubas did not appear willing to believe him, more so as the Igbos had appeared to be courting the North, as witnessed the installation by Ojukwu of the Emir of Kano as Chancellor of the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Credit for the release of Awolowo went solidly to Gowon. So what we're saying is that from the records that we have, at least, the first person who came up with that, Turenchi, who came up with that claim, happened to be Ojukwu, because Awolowo was released on the 2nd, and I'm going to read to you some books about the dates. Was released on the 2nd, and Ojukwu sent him a telegram. So it was about just like Boshen Jade, Ojukwu, she sent a message and that's one of the last acts of your own CEO. Are we to believe Ojukwu? Maybe you may want to believe him if you think he has ever told the truth, but he really does, or he really did, because he's now late. God rest his soul. But I want to read something to you from another book. Give me a second, I'll find it for you. Then I'm going to go back to something else. Where we are going is actually not far. There's a book written by John de Senjo. I always quote the Nigerian Civil War by John de Senjo. But there's another book that he wrote, which we haven't really read here so much, but we should one of these days. It's titled The Brothers' War. Okay? And on page 313 of that book, this is what he said. He says there was one request which was made to him, talking about Ironsi, every day, wherever he went, and which he himself realized as the dearest desire of Yoruba people, the release of Obafemi Awolowo, about which he did all he could, but which Ironsi did not allow to be granted. Excuse me. Sorry. I was talking about Fajri. There was one request which was made to him every day wherever he went, and which he himself realized as the dearest desire of Yoruba people, the release of Obafemi Awolowo, about which he did all he could, but which Ironsi did not allow to be granted. I am speaking about what I know personally. From Ado-Odo in Egbado to Akungba in Akoko Division, from Ijo Akpoi in Okitipupa Division to Kishi in Oyo North Division, the cry was for Awo's freedom. Delegations of all types were led to Fajui. Again, Fajui was the governor of the western group of provinces at the time. Remember that Ironsi had, essentially destroyed the regions. So there were no regions. Even when he was head of state, there were provinces or groups of provinces. Fajui was the governor at the time. And so everybody was asking him to help release Awolowo, but Ironsi did not allow him. This is what is in that book, right? Ironsi did not allow to be granted. Let's continue. His civil servants, that's Fajui, his civil servants even briefed him with all the legal arguments that he might need to persuade Ironsi. He went to Ironsi and told him the great advantages there were in releasing Awo. He analyzed the situation in the country to him. Somehow, some evil force had blocked Ironsi's reasoning faculties. I'll take that again. Somehow, some evil force had blocked Ironsi's reasoning faculties. He never told Fajui directly that Awo would not be released, but he told Fajui enough to show that he was not interested in Awo's freedom. He told Fajui that he should not raise the issue of Awo's freedom again until he, Ironsi, raised it. Fajui told some of us who were close to him. One second, please. I think I'm reading a different book. Oh, sorry. I was reading. Oh, shoot. I'm reading a different book. I'm reading Bolage's book. I'll show you later. Oh boy, I'm reading Bolage's book. I feel like reading everything all over again because I mix some things up. Let me tell you the mistake I made. I just made a mistake. The claim that Ironsi released Awolowo, you will find in the book by John de Senjo, The Brothers' War. That claim is there. He also alluded to it in the Nigerian Civil War, another book that he wrote, which I read, but I don't want to read it. I might read it just to make that point. But the one I'm reading right now is actually an excerpt from Bolage's book. The book is titled People, Politics and Politicians of Nigeria 1940 to 1979. Okay? So having said that, I want to read everything again so that we'll all be on the same page. So he said there was one request which was made to him, being Fajui. There was one request which was made to him every day wherever he went, and which he himself realized as the dearest desire of Yoruba people, the release of Obafemi Awolowo, about which he did all he could, but which Ironsi did not allow to be granted. I am speaking about what I know personally. That's Bolage talking now. From Ado-Odo in Egbado to Akungba in Akoko Division, from Ijo Akpoi in Okitibopa Division to Kishi in Oyo North Division, the cry was for Awo's freedom. Delegations of all types were led to Fajui. His civil servants even briefed him with all the legal arguments that he might need to persuade Ironsi. He went to Ironsi and told him the great advantages there were in releasing Awo. He analyzed the situation in the country to him. Somehow, some evil force had blocked Ironsi's reasoning faculties. He never told Fajui directly that Awo would not be released, but he told Fajui enough to show that he was not interested in Awo's freedom. He told Fajui that he should not raise the issue of Awo's freedom again until he, Ironsi, raised it. Fajui told some of us who were close to him and some of his problems with Ironsi. It is an irony of life that it was this same Fajui who laid down his life for Ironsi. Who is speaking here? Uncle Bola. No, enemy going by one. Enemy Bola to Bola Uncle, but this is Chief Bolage. So, number one, the first claim that Ironsi was the one that released Awo from prison came from Ojukwu. Because, according to Kesariwa, he had sent a telegram to Awo telling Awo that his release was one of the last acts that Ironsi carried out before he was killed on July 29. Now we're reading from Bolage, who is saying that Ironsi did not want to release Awo at all. But you may still wonder that that doesn't mean that this guy, Ojukwu, was lying. So 2 things I'm going to do on this matter before we go on. Number 1 is to play you a clip of Awo being released from prison, or at least being welcomed by the head of state at the time, General Yakubu Gowon. And then I'll read to you what the same Ojukwu said in the early 2000s about who released Awo. Then you can now judge for yourself exactly what we should believe. Watch this very quickly. On board. This is Papa in the car. Then there's a bike. That's Awo. That's the lobby of the airport. And that's General Gowon, Lieutenant at the time, Lieutenant Colonel. That's Gowon and Awo. Gowon is welcoming him and telling him that he still has a lot of work to do in government. That was Gowon. Right? But this doesn't mean that Awo was not released by, what's this person? Ironsi, right? So what we're going to do now is that we're going to read what Ojukwu said when he was interviewed in Boston, the United States. There's a book here called Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents of the Nigerian Civil War by Odia Ofemon. I'll read a portion to you and then I'll let you make up your mind on this before we go on to other things. In an interview in Boston on July 9, 2001, Ojukwu told a questioner, quote, "We have said this over and over again so many times and people don't understand. They don't want to actually. If you remember, I released Awolowo from jail." Hold up. Who are we to believe that? I mean, it's the same person though. In 66, he sent a telegram to Awo, as we found in the book by Ken Sariwa, that it was Ironsi who did it. 66. In 2001, he's saying, no, it's not Iransi that did it. This was just how many years? 35 years later. He said Ojukwu, was the one who released Awo. I'll read it to you. We have said this over and over again so many times, and people don't understand. They don't want to, actually. If you remember, I released Awolowo from jail. Even that, some people are beginning to contest as well. Awo was in jail in Calabar. Gowon knows, and the whole of the federal establishment knows that at no point was Gowon in charge of the East. The East took orders from me. Now, how could Gowon have released Awolowo, who was in Calabar? Because the fact that I released him, it created quite a lot of rapport between Awo and myself. And I know that before he went back to Ikene, I set up a hotline between Ikene and my bedroom in Enugu. Let me tell you where Ojukwu was at the time that Awo was being released. Do you want to know? He was not in Enugu. The book, The Nigerian Civil War, by John de St. John, states that Ojukwu had fled the capital, Enugu, for Onitsha. So let me explain how this thing went down. When the Owala started on 29th, the coup started. People were expecting Obafemi Ogundipe to step up, and he did step up until he discovered that he couldn't do anything more better than to step down. Because the officers, the soldiers, even the rank and file were not going to take orders from him. At that time, there was a man in Enugu called Ogunewe. He's an Igbo man. The name just sounds like Yoruba, but it's not Yoruba. It's Ogunewe. That man was called Baba. So a lot of soldiers respected him and liked him. Guys, please, there's a clown in the comment section. I'm going to have to. It's disturbing. I know I have retards come from time to time, but I don't have time for you right now. So say hello to your parents. God bless you. Where were we? I hope I muted this person, Sha. Shemo mute there. Because Ogunewe was in charge of the army at the time, so a lot of people deferred to him. A lot of the soldiers, Northerners, Easterners, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, they had to come up with a plan that they should all guard the armory so that nobody's going to take weapons. But while Ogunewe was doing all of that, Ojukwu had fled the secretariat, the governor's house, whatever his quarters. He fled and ran to the police headquarters in Enugu. Later on, he ran 67 miles from there to Onitsha. It was while he was in Onitsha that he carried a phone and called Obafemi Ogundipe, telling him that the East is behind him. Meanwhile, he is behind the cupboard, hiding. He was doing. He was hiding. That was 29 to 30, then 31. All these days, by the way, for 3 days, Nigeria did not have any head of state. It's part of our history. Those 3 days, no head of state. Because a lot of conversations were going on about who was going to become the head of state. It was supposed to be Murtala Muhammad, because he was actually the one who led the coup. Gowon knew about the coup, but was not part of the coup. But because he was the most senior northern officer, they agreed that they should make him, and they included Nigerian civil servants, American, the ambassador of the United States, the British High Commissioner, Matthews, and so on and so forth, is the American ambassador. Anyway, they agreed that he should become the head of state on the 1st. On the 2nd, he put out the statement that Awolowo should be released. I want to read you something from the book by Olayiwola Abegunde. Is it Abegunde or Abegunrin? I'll find it. I'll get you the name in a second. Abegunrin. Olayiwola Abegunrin. The book is titled Awolowo, The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. That was fast. The Political Philosophy of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. The foreword was written by Alhaji Lateef Jakonde. That was the former governor of Lagos State. Now, he said a lot of interesting things. I just want to read to you the part that has to do with what we're discussing today. It says, on January 15, 1966, the Nigerian army took over the government of the Federation of Nigeria. On March 28, 1966, Chief Awolowo sent a petition to the federal military government asking for pardon for himself and others convicted in the treasonable felony trial. On August 1, 1966, Colonel, later General Yakubu Gowon, 31 years old, head of the federal military government, announced his intention to to release political prisoners. That's the day he became head of state. That day he became head of state. He talked about the fact that I was going to release political prisoners. On August 2, the very next day, on August 2, 1966, Chief Awolowo and other political prisoners, including the writer, by the way, because Jakonde was also in prison with Papa. It says, on August 2, 1966, Chief Awolowo and other political prisoners were released from prison. After his release from prison, Chief Awolowo was appointed Vice Chairman of the Federal Executive Council and Federal Minister of Finance, serving from May 29, 1967 through July 1, 1971. We'll talk about that later this week, what happened. Because I want to do a session on how Awolowo financed the Nigerian Civil War. Thankfully, he gave a speech on that, and we're going to read that speech together here. But here's the point for today. Gowon became on August 2nd. He did it. There's another book. I don't know if I can find it now. I think I can. And I just did. The book is titled A Break in the Silence. Lieutenant Colonel Victor Debukola Banjo. The book was written by All these books some of these, many of them you'll find on Redomi Books on Telegram. Okay, it's an online bookshop. I want to read to you something. I hope I find it because I didn't know I was going to read this particular one. But it's important because from the mouth of two or more witnesses, not liars, so people who were there. I want to read something to you about how Awo was released from prison and what this. By the way, this woman was the first professor of first female professor in Nigeria, right? She's still alive, by the way. Interestingly, her niece, who is Banjo's daughter, was the first professor of, I think, psychiatry or something. Yeah, psychiatry it must be. I want to find you that report about how Awo was released from prison. Give me a second, please. Almost there. I think I'm close. The point is, everybody who wrote anything about that event actually made the point that Gowon released Awo, and it's in this book. If I don't see it now, you'll find it later if you get the book yourself. I said I didn't plan. It's here. What day was it? August, right? August 2nd. She didn't really date it. But she talked here about how... Give me a second, please. Okay. Talk about Adeyinka Adebayo as governor of the West. He also released the Western region. Okay, I found it. That was in my head. I've ran from Lagos to University of Ibadan. I found it. Praise God. Okay, so let me read to you. This is again A Break in the Silence by Fadeton Ogunsheye. This is what she wrote. The army officers retaliated the killing of the civilian prime minister and the northern premier and quite a number of army officers of northern origin by killing many Igbo army officers. This was followed in the north by the pogrom, a genocide massacre directed at Igbos in the north. Let's leave that matter. We'll talk about it some other time. Many Yorubas were also victims of this massacre. It took everybody by surprise. There was a mass exodus of Igbos to the east and a similar movement of Yoruba to the west. Gowon was installed as the new head of state in Lagos. He was not of Hausa Fulani ethnic group, but he was a northerner. He appointed another army officer, Adeyinka Adebayo, as governor for the west. He also released the western region leader, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, who had been put in detention by the Tafawa Balewa government, thus mollifying the West. Ojukwu, the military governor of the East, had declared secession and the creation of Biafra in response to the genocide against the Igbo Northern riots. Anyway, the point here is this. They also mentioned here that Gowon released Awo. There's no book by any sensible human being about that period in Nigerian history that mentioned the Ronsi as the one who released Awolowo. All right? None. Having said all of this, I think we should read Awo's own statement. Now, this is going to take us some time. I don't know if we have that much time. But I'd love to read you the letter that he wrote, which Chief Jakonde referred to earlier. So this book, I would have loved to read the entire chapter. The book is titled Adventures in Power Book 1, My March Through Prison by Papa himself. Should we read everything? Okay, you know what? I'm going to jump, throughout this chapter. The chapter is called The Release. And then I'll read the entire letter much later. So let's start with this one. It's almost 8. Let's sacrifice. Attempts to get me released from prison were made on 3 fronts by negotiation at various levels, through the ballot box and by petition in response to direct official request. But none of them availed. To my knowledge, the first ever attempt at my release was made by a long-standing friend, Sir Mobolaji Bank Anthony. He visited me at Broad Street, where I was a PAT. He told me how terribly disturbed and distressed he was by the news of my arrest, remand in prison custody, and prosecution. Since my remand in prison, he had been discussing with those who mattered and could take decisive action the question of my immediate release. He was happy that he was able to come to me with a definite proposition which he did not consider unreasonable. It was that I would be released forthwith if I agreed to one of 2 conditions, namely, to withdraw from politics and give a firm and irrevocable undertaking to that effect, or to go out of the country for some time. When I asked for how long, he could not say because he was not told. But he himself would guess that a period of 2 to 5 years in London or anywhere in Europe or America was what was required. By the way, this was before the coup. Just to mention that. Again, don't forget that I was in prison in 1962. Thank you for the gift, Ayonfe Dumare. God bless you. So it says here that it was advised to leave Nigeria and stay away for 2 to 5 years, perhaps in London or anywhere in Europe or America. My reaction was swift and firm. I told M. De Bank, that's Mobolaji Bank Anthony, I told M. De Bank, as his contemporary friends called him, that the 2 conditions were totally unacceptable. We don't go to Côte d'Ivoire here. We don't escape after causing Wala. Anyway, if the sub meets you, take him. Where was I? My reaction was swift and firm. I told M. De Bank, as his contemporary friends called him, that the 2 conditions were totally unacceptable. What would I do if I withdrew from politics? Politics was my chosen career. Law was my profession. I acquired the legal profession in order that I might pursue my chosen career as an independent person. By the way, let me pause. If you read Awolowo's autobiography, he mentioned 3 things that he was going to do, but that number 1, he was going to pursue that career, the legal career. He was going to become a lawyer, and by being a lawyer, he'll be able to support himself so that he can now become a politician or play in the political landscape, right? And of course, he also was going to get into media, which was why he established, by the way, Nigeria's oldest surviving newspaper. Still surviving. It was in 1949. It was established in 1949. It's called the Nigerian Tribune. It still works in Ibadan, and they're doing fantastically well. All right, but he wanted to be in politics regardless. Okay, so he says, I acquired the legal profession in order that I might pursue my chosen career as an independent person. I would suffer from psychological anemia and eventual death if I withdrew from politics. As to the second condition, why should I send myself into exile in order to be free from incarceration? It would be cowardly to do so. Let the church say amen. Oni Babako. You guys should be proud of Awolowo. I'll be reading more of his books these days. Should be proud. If you're Yoruba, and be proud. Fiercely proud of Awolowo. The reason they attack him is that once they can attack him and you can look down on him, you are done for as a Yoruba person because you have nobody to look up to. What are you going to look up to without him? I mean, we have a lot of people to look up to, but he's at the top. If you hear me talk like this, you think that it's probably my biological. We are connected, but not biologically. The point I'm trying to make is that Yoruba be fiercely proud of our war. This is what your own father was doing. When some people's father was running all over the place, constituting nuisance. Papa said it would be cowardly to do so. Besides, it would be an act of betrayal of the masses of the people of Nigeria to accept either of the two conditions. It was, I confess, very inconvenient to live in prison, but it would be most dishonorable to get out of it on either of the proposed terms. When M. the Bank left me on that occasion, I had thought that we were at Edom. He was once one of the fire-eating nationalists of the Nigerian youth movement. Indeed, when he presented his conditions, it did not appear that he himself was convinced that they were honorable, but it was for me to decide whether to take or reject them. Excuse me. However, M. the Bank turned up again with the same proposals. This was at Ikoyi, where I was a CP. On this second occasion, he appeared concerned with the situation in which I was. He was earnest in his plea that I should seriously consider the terms. It was painful for people like him to endure. I'll tell it again. He was earnest in his plea that I should seriously consider the terms. It was painful for him. I'll tell that again. It was painful for people like him to endure a state of affairs in which one of the leaders of the country, and a former premier at that, was thrown into gaol and was to sojourn there for 10 years. If I agreed to withdraw from politics, I would be released immediately. Then, as time went on, circumstances might make it possible for me to return. My reaction was the same as before. However, I emphasized that if I were released on either of the two terms, I would be totally discredited forever in the eyes of the masses, and once so discredited, it would be well near impossible to stage a comeback. Besides, after giving an irrevocable undertaking, it would be disrespect. Oh shoot, Umbo. I'm excited reading now. Sorry, it happens even when I'm on my own reading. I get very excited reading this book. Where was I before my? It says here. My reaction was the same as before. However, I emphasized that if I were released on either of the two terms, I would be totally discredited forever in the eyes of the masses, and once so discredited, it would be well near impossible to stage a comeback. Besides, after giving an irrevocable undertaking, it would be disreputable to try to renege on it. I prefer to suffer incarceration for 10 years and maintain my integrity rather than suffer permanent ill fame in the pursuit of comfort. The second attempt at my release by negotiation was brought to my knowledge by Dr. Akoni Doherty, Pasha Shore, and Alhaji W. Elias in September 1963, shortly after I became a CP. They informed me that a peace committee was to be set up under the chairmanship of Sir Adetokunbo Ademola to discuss ways and means of effecting my release. The composition of this committee, the summaries of its discussions, the conditions laid down by the committee for my release, and my reaction to them have been narrated in Chapter 8. We'll talk about that some other time. Nevertheless, it is useful to refresh readers' memories. The terms given by Sir Adetokunbo's Peace Committee were that I should agree to the dissolution of the AG and the Egbe Modudua, and that as soon as the respective dissolution was effected, I would be released in time to spend the Christmas of 1963 as a free man at home with my family. You know the backstory. Egbe Modudua, they've always been against Egbe Modudua from the word go, particularly folks from the East. And then, of course, when Northerners joined the fray, they also were against it by the time they went to get rid of Awolowo. So they said they should dissolve both the party and the Egbe Modudua, and then so that he could spend the Christmas of 63 as a free man at home with his family. My categorical answer was that my release must be a condition precedent to my participation in the discussion and not the other way around. As we have seen, the Peace Committee was a failure. Here, I would like to observe in passing that having regard to the intense hatred which the principal actors in the committee had for me, I did not think that if I had agreed to its terms, I would have been released. I would have been kept in prison on some kind of pretext, and my public and political image would have been shattered and obliterated. The efforts of Alhaji W. Elias for my release were vigorous, conscientious, and continuous. He visited me occasionally in prison to report. An honorable man himself, he shared the same views with me. Any proposal for my release on precondition was always rejected by him. He thought I deserved to be released for my intrinsic worthiness. According to him, I had made tremendous contributions to the development and independence of the country and to the welfare of the people in my capacity as the Premier of the Western region. He believed that it was a deprivation to the country for my talents to be left unutilized in prison. Besides, whatever the merits or demerits of my offense, he thought that enough punishment had been meted out to me by the sufferings I had undergone since my restriction in May 1962 up to my imprisonment in September 1963. All the talks about the dissolution of the AG and the going to do are clearly implied that the charges for which I had been incarcerated had been framed to achieve the ulterior motive of keeping me out of politics for good. Above all, there was a most crucial factor which must not be overlooked. The vast majority of people in Lagos and the Western region passionately wanted my release and were prepared to go to any length to accomplish it. This statement corroborates what Chief Bolage said in the book that we read earlier. The theme of his campaign was release with honor, and he carried it to all those who mattered in actual decision-making and in influencing decision-making, but particularly to the Sardauna of Sokoto and Sir Abubakar Tafawa Balewa. The letter too gave him neither yes nor no for an answer. They always politely put him off by saying that they were looking into the matter, except for the last discussion which he had with Sardauna at Jeddah on 12 January 1966. The Sardauna assured him that I will be released, but it will be essential, first of all, to transfer me out of Calabar to Kaduna prison. According to Alhaji Elias, the Sardauna claimed that I was still unrepentant and stubborn, but if I was near him in Kaduna, he would be able to talk reason into me. In consequence, a new accord will be reached between him and me, and I will be released. By the way, also important to mention that all these problems started in 1959, and it's because Awo dared to go to the north and campaign. We've had this conversation before, but if you want to read about it, check out this book, Adventures in Power Book 2. This is Book 1. Check out Adventures in Power Book 2, The Traverse of Democracy and Rule of Law. You will see waiting cause all this prison thing that came up later. It started in 59, then Akintola's issue came in 61, then it's now exacerbated in 62, and then we had the crisis in 62, and then was arrested in 62, house arrest, was Ibadan, then Ikene, then Lekki, then eventually Ikoyi, and then prison in 63. Let's go on. So I'm saying that to say that if Sardauna is saying this, is because I want to be from the word go. Alhaji Elias felt very much disturbed by what the Sardauna said. He detested the suggestion made by the Sardauna that he was going to talk reason into me, and having regard to the rumor about the plan to poison me in prison, he regarded the question to transfer me to Kaduna as ominous. He did not disclose his feelings to the Sardauna, but he made up his mind that on his return home, he would do all in his power to prevent my transfer from Calabar to Kaduna. The reason we came to this book was to read the letter that Papa wrote. So I'm thinking we may have to skip and go and read that letter. I'll just read a bit of this, then go and read the letter. When we come tomorrow, we'll continue from where we stop, wherever we stop here, so we understand the context a bit more. I think it's better that way, isn't it? So that's a bit more. On his way, he's talking about Alhaji Elias. On his way from Jeddah to Nigeria, he stopped in Cairo for 2 days. It was there he heard about the 1966 coup in Nigeria, which took place on 14 January, 2 days after his Arabia, apparently. That's Alhaji Elias and Sardauna. And the coup was 15, but it's 14 because it happened in the night of 14 to 15. So that's why I wrote 14 here. He was absolutely stunned. That's Elias was absolutely stunned and amazed and incredulous of the event and its victims. One day, Alhaji DS Adegbenro of blessed memory, who was my deputy in the action group, paid me a visit in Calabar. He reported that he, in the company of Alhaji W. Elias and my wife, had paid a visit to Sir Adetokunbo Ademola at the latter's invitation. Sir Adetokunbo informed them that for some time he had been discussing my release with the Prime Minister, and he wanted to report the conclusion which he had reached with the Prime Minister to them. The latter was prepared to pardon and release me. But first of all, he would like to know what role I would like to play in the public life of Nigeria after my release. This was before the coup. Alhaji Adegbenro arrived in the afternoon and would return the next day in the afternoon. My wife and Alhaji W. Elias saw him off at the airport and would meet him at the airport to accompany him to deliver my answer to Sir Adetokunbo. When Alhaji Adegbenro had done, I asked him for his advice so that I would think over it in arriving at a considered reply. He told me that he, Alhaji Elias, and my wife had decided to leave the answer to my discretion. But speaking for himself, he would advise that I should say that after my release, I will place myself at the disposal of the Prime Minister for whatever role he would like me to play. In the following afternoon, we met again. I told the Alhaji that I had thought over his advice and considered it unacceptable for two reasons. Firstly, Balewa himself would seriously doubt my sincerity if I said that I was going to place myself at his disposal. One of the things I think made Awo, which also made Awo stay in prison for a while, is that Awo was Awo. He said what he meant, and he meant what he said. Right? So he couldn't do like this. I guess it was the statesman who wasn't really a politician. But let's read a few more things here. Firstly, Balewa himself would seriously doubt my sincerity if I had said that I was going to place myself at his disposal. He would not for the life of him believe such an assurance, knowing me very well as he did. Secondly, it went completely against the grain for me, in view of my standing in the public life of the country, to put myself at the disposal of anyone for the role I would play in the affairs of the country. Accordingly, I gave my answer in the following specific terms. Number one, I would be prepared to serve in Balewa's cabinet, but only as Minister of Finance, which eventually happened under Gowon. Number two, I would use my best endeavors to unite the warring factions in the Western region and to achieve permanent peace and stability in the region. And number three, I would earnestly seek and participate in ways and means of promoting unity among the political parties, in promoting amity among the political parties in order to achieve rapid progress as well as peace and stability in the country as a whole. Excuse me. Alhaji Adegbenro liked the terms very much and he took them down in writing. He flew back to Ikeja the same evening and together with my wife and Alhaji Elias drove straight to Sir Adetokunbo's residence. Sir Adetokunbo thought the terms were beautiful and should be acceptable. He wanted typewritten copies to be made so that he could deliver one to the Prime Minister and one would be kept by him. The following morning, the typewritten copies were delivered by Chief Bisi Onabanjo, and that was the end of this episode. The Prime Minister's reaction, if any, was never communicated. By the way, Bisi Onabanjo eventually became the governor of Ogun State in 1979. But let's continue. However, after this episode, there was an unusual move credited to Sir Abubakar, the Prime Minister himself. You know what? Let's pause at this point and read the letter that Awo wrote to. I like reading things so I can provide context, but I think I provide enough context. I want to tell you all the things that happened before Awo eventually, wrote the letter. That's why it usually take time like this. Should we continue or should we skip? Let me ask you. We already mentioned that Awo wrote the letter, but I also think that we shouldn't just talk about, Rossi did not release Awo. We should actually talk about things from Awo's perspective himself. People are saying continue. Okay. Only one skip. More people want to continue. Okay. So we're going to continue, right? Since a lot of people want us to continue. But we will not finish it today because it's past 8 already. But wherever we stop, if we don't finish it, we will continue tomorrow. So let's continue. Where were we? Prime Minister's reaction, if any, was never communicated. However, after this episode, there was an unusual move credited to Sir Abubakar, the Prime Minister himself. Through the mouth of Dr. Remi Adebonojo and Chief O.B. Akinolubade, it was reported that the Prime Minister was prepared to release me. The person who gave them this information was Mr. Bode Way, who was at that time Secretary to the Prime Minister. Bode Way had spoken to them separately. He, Mr. Way, had told them that the Prime Minister had expressed the wish that if my wife could come to him personally to tender a plea for my release, he would act immediately. But the Prime Minister would like my wife to come to his residence incognito in unfamiliar dress and car. Dr. Adebonojo and Chief Akinolubade were so thrilled by the Prime Minister's generous gesture that each of them quickly went to my wife on different occasions to deliver the message and to urge her for early and favorable response. Without any delay, my wife sent Biodun Falade to me to seek my advice. She did not think it was a prudent thing to do for a decent woman, Awolowo's wife at that, to go to the Prime Minister's house disguised in both dress and car. If the news of the visit eventually filtered through, it was bound to sometime, her action would be misinterpreted. Falade fully agreed with her, and so did I. Besides, I thought that the Prime Minister had insulted my wife and me by this kind of gesture. When on separate occasions, boy, this man is my man. When on separate occasions, Dr. Adebonojo and Chief Akinolubade visited me at Calabar to inform me of Sir Abubakar's offer and to complain of delay in my wife's response, I told them my reaction as stated above. But I added that there might be some sinister motive behind it all. My inveterate enemies had organized the 21st search of my house at Ibadan on the false information that my wife had kept arms and ammunition in her compound. The same people might seize the opportunity of my wife's visit to plant some arms and ammunition in the unfamiliar car and then raise an alarm that she had come to the Prime Minister's house with intent to do him harm. Then people will be perfectly entitled to ask the pertinent question, why the disguise in dress and car? In any case, how was my wife to make the plea? By kneeling down or by prostrating herself at the footstool of Balewa? I was very grateful to all those who were solicitors for my freedom, but I would on no account welcome terms for my release which had any taint of dishonor or humiliation. I had no doubt in my mind that in God's own good time, when that time was, I did not know, I would go out of the jail house without blemish to me and my wife's honor and integrity. The last attempt for my release by negotiation was made on 20 December 1965. It was a high-powered delegation that met on that day in Calabar. The permission to visit me and to have discussions with me without any prison officer in attendance was sponsored by the Cabinet Office in Lagos, which also provided the aircraft which brought its members. The latter claimed to have come under the auspices of what they described as the Yoruba Elders Committee. Our discussions lasted 2 hours and 25 minutes. The delegation comprised the Right Reverend S.O. Odutola, Reverend Canon B.A. Falode, Alhaji A.W. Elias, Chief A.E. Adeyemo, and Dr. Abiola Akerele. The time was about 2:30 in the afternoon. Bishop Odutola led the meeting with a short prayer. After prayer, he said that he had accepted his assignment on the delegation with indifference. It was generally believed that I was a stubborn man. I wish you would see my book here. I just underlined all these things, particularly the stubborn part. There's somebody watching me right now. I hope she got that message. Anyway, where was I? It was generally believed that I was a stubborn man and that once I held a view, it was impossible to persuade me to another point of view. It was therefore predicted that the delegation would fail in its mission. He added for confirmation that he had himself once had experience of this. He continued. The elders in Yoruba land, and including some obas, chiefs, and leaders, had sent them to discuss with me the crisis which had been plaguing the Yoruba area of the Western region. For some time, there had been widespread bloodshed in the area, and there was no sign of when it would end. There had been arson, maimings, killings, and violence all over the place. The elders were terribly disturbed by what had been happening. They observed that the vast majority of those who had been responsible for the acts of lawlessness were members and supporters of the action group. The elders had considered the matter and had selected 5 of them to meet me. The elders had no doubt that if I gave the word to the effect, all the acts of violence would cease immediately. The elders also believed that the way to permanent peace was for the political factions among the Yorubas to settle their differences and regroup under one leadership. It meant that the Action Group of Nigeria, led by me, and the Nigerian National Democratic Party, led by Chief Akintola, would both be dissolved and a new party with an entirely new name formed. It also meant that the misunderstanding between me and Akintola would be settled. These things would have to be done as a matter of urgency if they were to be. I'll say that again. These things would have to be done as a matter of urgency. If they were done, the bloodshed would cease, peace would be restored to Yoruba land, and I would be released without delay. The next person to speak was Chief Adeyemo. He implored me most fervently in the name of God to call for a cessation of violence and bloodshed. Property and life were no longer safe in Yoruba land. Yoruba people had been given a bad name. They had been stigmatized as a lawless and violent group. It was essential that I did all in my power to remove the unwholesome. I'll do that again. It was essential that I did all in my power to remove the unwholesome stigma. Hitherto, Yoruba people had been reputed to be gentle and good-mannered. The good reputation should be maintained. Sorry about that, only water. Thank you very much, Sidan, for that gift. I hope we're also learning lessons, but let's keep reading. So they say here, hitherto Yoruba people had been reputed to be gentle and good-mannered. The good reputation should be maintained. Thank you. The next person to speak, okay, we've read that one. Dr. Abiola Akerele said that he had been late getting to the airport, but for the fact that there was a phone call to say that, thank you very much for the gift. I'm not really looking up, but thank you. Singing Mushroom. Thank you, Tidan. All right, where was I? Dr. Abiola Akerele said that he had been late getting to the airport, but for the fact that there was a phone call to say that he was definitely coming, the plane would have left without him. The reason was that he had wanted to settle the exact procedure for my release with the Prime Minister. He had come to the airport straight from the Prime Minister. He agreed entirely with the remarks made by Bishop Ojutola and Chief Adeyemo. What he wanted to add was that Chief Akintola would come to Calabar with some members of the executive of his party. I would invite some members of the executive of my party. The two groups would meet. Akintola and I would embrace each other. A photograph and a television picture of our embrace would be taken. I would then make a recorded statement for the press, the radio and television, announcing the dissolution of the Action Group. Akintola would do the same thing in respect of the NNDP. At that stage, I was somewhat nauseated by the tenor of the discussions and I felt bound to interrupt. I asked, where is this meeting between me and Akintola going to take place? Here or where? At the VIP rest house at the old residency, he answered. So when Akintola and I have embraced each other and made our recorded statements, are we both coming here together, or is he going to go home and I alone return here? Dr. Akerele did not find a quick answer, and so I said, sorry, carry on. I am sorry to interrupt. He continued that in addition, I would make a statement calling for an end to violence and bloodshed in Yoruba land. We should be reminded that all Yoruba people were brothers and sisters, and as such, it was evil for us to engage in acts of mutual destruction. When all these things had been done, the Prime Minister would see to it that an order for my pardon was released. I'll do that again. When all these things had been done, the Prime Minister would see to it that an order for my pardon and release was prepared. Then on the prescribed day, the statements made by me and Akintola and the order for my pardon and release would be published, broadcast, and promulgated on the same day at the same time. The aim, he continued, was that I should spend Christmas at home. The Reverend Canon Fayose told the story of Jesus Christ and the colt. Once upon a time, Jesus Christ asked his disciples to go to a nearby village to fetch him a coat. If the owner of the coat asked them why they were taking it, they should tell him simply, the Lord had need of him. In the same vein, he wanted to assure me that the Lord had need of me. Whatever all enemies and evildoers might say or do, he emphasized, you should be assured that the Lord hath need of you. After Kanonfalode had finished, Alhaji Elias maintained his silence. Bishop Odutola then urged him to make a contribution. In response, he said, as they must have observed, he had not wanted to come on the delegation at all. He was persuaded against his wish. The reason was that he had observed to his disappointment that there was too much hypocrisy on the part of those who had been making efforts to bring about a settlement of the crisis in Yoruba land. There had been a desire to load the terms of settlement against one side. On that basis, no lasting settlement could be achieved. Indeed, no settlement at all could be achieved unless the terms were fair and honorable. The above narrative summarizes what each member of the delegation said. It was my turn to speak. But before I summarize what I said, it is, I think, pertinent to give some background facts about each of the members of the delegation. The Right Reverend S.O. Odutola was the Bishop of Oyo Diocese of the Anglican Communion with his headquarters at Ibadan. He was a forthright, blunt, and fearless cleric. He and I had 2 mild encounters before his visit to Calabar. Once in my house at Ibadan, and at another time at Broad Street Prison. In the early stages of this crisis, he had visited me in company of the late Reverend N.O. Salako of the Methodist Church and the late Reverend Dr. Ayanride of the Baptist Church. Of their own volition, they had undertaken the task of nipping the crisis in the bud. On that occasion, Bishop Odutola rubbed me up on the wrong way by repeating what Akintola had said to them about me. Akintola had said that once I took a stand, it was much easier to change the earth from its orbit than to persuade me to a different standpoint. He said this after I had told them that I would not accede to Akintola's suggestion that the action group should be dissolved and a new party formed, which would endorse his premiership of the Western region. Essentially, all of this seemed to favor Akintola. When Bishop Odutola visited me at Broad Street, he had said, as he was about to leave me, that if I had accepted the suggestion, that is the suggestion of himself, Salakwa and Ayanride, I would not have been where I was. My prompt retort was that if Jesus Christ had accepted the advice of his fellow villagers and of his relations, he would not have been crucified. And if Jesus had not been crucified, what would be the basis of our faith as Christians? I hope Papa got that clap in heaven. The Reverend Canon B.A. Fayose was vicar of Kudeti Anglican Church in Ibadan. He was also well known as a forthright and fearless cleric. Chief E.A. Adeyemo was the traditional chief of Ibadan. He was a commissioner in the emergency administration of Dr. M. Majekodunmi, who was sole administrator in the Western region from 29 May 1962 to 31 December 1962. Dr. Abiola Akerele is a long-standing friend of mine. He was a member and great supporter of the Action Group and a foundation and staunch member of it. He was never a member nor a supporter of the NCNC, but for some inexplicable reason, he joined vigorously in the campaign for the dissolution of both the AG and the Egbomo Odudua. I opened my reply by saying that I was not just stubborn. Indeed, I am very, very stubborn. I always looked very carefully before I took a stand. Once I did, it was futile to try to make me change. In that connection, however, I regarded myself as being in very good company. I would like the bishop to name one prophet in the Bible from Genesis to Revelation who was not stubborn, who for any reason whatsoever was persuaded from pursuing a course of action of which he had set his mind or from advocating a point of view held by him. I knew I was not one of the prophets, but I preferred to emulate their inflexibility even in the face of odds. I told a parable. Once upon a time, there was a dispute in a diocese. One of the archdeacons wanted the bishop to be deposed so that he, the archdeacon, would be the bishop. The vast majority of the congregation took sides with the bishop. The archdeacon was tried by them, found guilty, and expelled from the church. Nevertheless, the archdeacon with his minority followership established and named his own separate and distinct church organization. After all that had happened, some men of goodwill voluntarily stepped into the matter in order to settle the dispute and bring the two warring factions together. The main suggestion for peace was that the old breakaway church organization with its minority of members should be dissolved and a new church with a new name established in place of the old one. I then asked, would the bishop consider that a fair way of settling that kind of dispute within a church? Let me explain this in our modern context. Imagine a bishop of a huge church, right? He has a pastor, maybe a resident pastor. That's what happened in Winners in Ghana. The resident pastor wanted to have his own, wanted to become the organ of the church. And the bishop said no, unless they suspend. In fact, they didn't even suspend the one in Ghana, but let's just use that example. Suspended him. Now started his own church. So he has his own church, that his own smaller compared to the cathedral. He has his own church that is running. So what now said they want to settle the dispute. Now come tell the bishop, say, tell your big church, dissolve them. The small one to me, dissolve them, so you can start something together. Does that make sense? But Awolowo says, Baba used reverse psychology. Absolutely. And it makes sense because they were bishops. They were men of the cloth. So would they do that? So more dissolve the big church and the small church. In them, all these things we say in the name of peace sometimes, go bajari. Monfils start arresting you. Let's continue. I had no insuperable objection to the dissolution of the AG and the changing of its name. All I was saying was that the name belonged to millions of Nigerians and the millions must be party to any dissolution or change of name. If it was my name, for instance, that was to be changed, it would be easy. I only had to consult my mother and my wife. After that, I would issue a deed poll. I, formerly known as Obafemi Awolowo, now wish to be known as Obafemi Balewa. But in the case of the AG, I needed to consult the Federal Executive Council and the Congress of the party in order to effect a dissolution or change of name. That I certainly could not and would not for a statement from me or an action on my part relating to the dissolution of the action group or change of its name would be for the violence and bloodshed then prevailing in Yoruba land. But I was not responsible for it. The cause was well known. It was the blatant and shameless rigging of the Western Region election by the NNDP and the subsequent fraudulent installation of the party as the government of the Western Region. If the cause was removed, the effect would cease, whether I made a statement or not. I concluded by saying that I could not accede to any of the suggestions when the discussions I concluded by saying that I could not accede to any of their suggestions. When the discussions had ended, I accompanied the members of the delegation to the gate lodge of the prison. There they signed off on the register of visitors. Then the huge, heavy iron gate opened to let them out. As I was about to recross the portal, Kanonfalo stared at me in the face with an expression of affection and assurance, and said to me in Egba dialect and English, the Lord hath need of you. This means don't forget what I told you before. The Lord hath need of you. Unknown to me at the time, whilst the delegation was meeting me at Calabar, a female counterpart met my wife at Ibadan. The delegation consisted of Lady Oyinkon Abayomi, Dr. Mrs. Abimbola Woliyi, since deceased, Mrs. Ayomanuwa, since deceased, and Mrs. Ronke Doherty. The discussions with my wife were substantially on the same lines, and my wife's stand was that her husband should be released before discussions for settlement could take place. It was not fair to try to settle the differences between two groups when the leader of one was in gaol, that's in prison, and the leader of the other enjoyed freedom. The women delegates were also scheduled to meet me, but the arrangement was cancelled. On 3 June 1964, in my house at Ibadan, A pact for an alliance between the AG and the NCNC was signed by Alhaji DS Adegbenro, acting leader of the AG, and the NCNC. I'll tell you again. Alhaji DS Adegbenro, acting leader of the AG, and Dr. M.I. Okpara, leader of the NCNC. The alliance was named the United Progressive Grand Alliance, OPGA. With the coming into being of OPGA, there was high expectation that my release was only a matter of months away. By operation of law, the life of the federal parliament would end in December 1964, during which month an election must be held. It had been confidently hoped that the OPGA would win the election and form the federal government, and in that eventuality, I would be pardoned and released from prison. But the OPGA lost the election, and it lost partly because it made no clear-cut plan to win, and partly because in the northern region, the election was neither free nor fair. Throughout the electioneering campaign, the alliance did not name its candidate for prime minister. 1 second, please. Little issue, but we're good now. Mumbo. Let's continue. Throughout the electioneering campaign, the alliance did not name its candidate for prime minister. The AG had me in mind but could not present me unilaterally. On the other hand, the NCNC could not make up its mind on the matter. Dr. Para had the ambition to be prime minister, but was not sure that he could carry his colleagues with him. This fact was communicated to me by Alhaji Adegbenro in a letter dated 12 October 1964. Relevant extracts from which are as follows. Please do not be alarmed about what I have to say here under. The NCNC leader, Dr. Okpara, has shown at this late hour his ambition to become the prime minister. It's not even surprising. I warned him that the country would not take kindly to the two key posts, namely the president and the prime minister, going to the NCNC Igbos, and that we as Action Group would be destroyed by the propaganda of the NNA. NNA, by the way, was the alliance between the NNDP and the Northern Party, and the NPC. So it says that we'll be destroyed. AG Action Group will be destroyed by the propaganda of the NNA that we have sold out to the Igbos to dominate Nigeria. In the NCNC, to be exact, Okpara's own view, the post of vice president should be created for you after winning the election. So Okpara will become the prime minister. Zik will be the president. Then they should now make Awolowo the vice president. President was ceremonial. They should now make Awolowo the vice president. Again, here I pointed out that under the present constitution, there is no provision of doing so. We must secure two-thirds majority, which you cannot come by immediately. This point, quite frankly, embarrassed Mike immensely. When we reached a deadlock and he could not defend his stand further, he suggested as a solution the office of the president being executive so that there will be no prime minister. In other words, it must be an Igbo in charge. Let me pause. This book, when you read the beginning, what I just read right now, the formation of OPGA, and you read, you must set forth at dawn by Awolowo, that the Easterners were trying to help Yoruba people, not the Easterners, the Igbos were trying to help Yoruba people by forming an alliance and coming up with OPGA. That's what it appears to be. You hear about how they set up a radio station with Mbono GK. They were, with I think it was Mbono in Okewola and Papa's house. They were doing radio Kinko. So you'd be like, it's not true. And you would not understand how, what you're seeing is not what actually exists until you read the Igbo National Protocol of 1964. In that document, they are discussed how they are going to infiltrate Yoruba land and take over Yoruba land. All right. So the idea of working with Yoruba people, and like I said, if you look at Wole Soyinka's perspective, it makes it look as if they're trying to help you. All right. when you look at this one, he just Papa is just telling you what happened. Shoyinka is explaining. Shoyinka was not trying to make anybody feel like anything, but that's how it comes across. But when you now look at the Igbo National Protocol, that information that is circulated amongst themselves, what they were really doing was to gain a foothold in Yoruba land, and they said how they were going to do it. It's not today's conversation, and I'm going to put it out at some point, maybe in a book, but those people had terrible plans for Yoruba people. Terrible plans. That was in 1964. The opportunity then presented itself in 1965. That's in Oka. And what they tried to do in 65 was that that election, that Zik will still be the president, but Okpara will become the prime minister in the election. Right? Now, by January 15, there was a different plan. Zik will remain president, but Kingsley Mbadiwe will become the prime minister. It was when Northerners said no, because they believed, clearly, they were the senior partner that it made sense for Bukar Dipcharima to be the next, or at least the acting prime minister. And so they asked the acting president, who was the Senate president at the time, Nwafọ Orizu, to swear him in. Orizu said no. And the reason Orizu said no was because the plan was to have an Igbo prime minister, who would be Ozumba Mbadiwe. When that did not work, Ironsi then came to have a meeting with Orizu. And if you read can't touch away yo. Beckon to Serve by Shehu Shagari, you'll understand what went down and how this whole thing was actually put together. It wasn't just Shehu Shagari, by the way. Shehu Shagari said it, but there's another report from Sir Richard Akinjide. I like at least two people talking about an issue. It helps. You understand how they played it out. So the whole idea of having an Igbo premier, Igbo president, did not even begin in 66. It was a plan that was already on ground for a long time before the election of 65. And so, but if you read the Yoruba perspective of what happened in 65, you'd assume that you are getting people to help you. But if you read their own perspective, they're actually planning to dominate, to get into Yoruba land. And they were after people like, in fact, from the word go, they were after Akintola to discredit him. And then they were also after Fani Kayode. It's in that protocol. We'll talk about this some other time, but let's go back to this. So at this point, they were telling, folks in AG were saying they would like, Adegbero, by the way, was the deputy to Awolowo after the break with Akintola, that they would like for Awo to be the prime minister, even though he was still in prison. The Obga folks, the NCNC folks they said they wanted Michael Okpara to be the prime minister. So when they were like, but Awo should be the kind of say, no, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to make him a vice president. But there's no vice president position. Or we'll create one for him. How are you going to create one for him? You have never won the parliament. How are you sure you're going to be able to get 2/3 majority to change the constitution in order to create that position? So that's where we were. Let's go back to this. The point, quite frankly, embarrassed Mike immensely. Mike, again, is Michael Okpara. When we reached a deadlock and he could not defend his stand further, he suggested as a solution the office of president. By the way, if you're a Yoruba person, all this thing of we are one, you can't take Shalel. It's just that we are not vindictive people. But we should not be naive either. I'm trying to hold myself back, but I'm sure you get the message. Let's continue. How come if people just plan demonic things for every other person, every other group, and then claim to be marginalized and claim to be the victim? Meanwhile, Northerners were also doing their own. No, those ones, their pride was, their ego was the issue. apparently Awo hurt their pride because he had to force the Northerners or Northern establishment to begin to canvass of us, to campaign, something that they were not used to until Awo came in 59, at least came into the North. Anyways, talk for another day. I mentioned the book that you could find that story if you were interested. Adventures in Power Book 2, Traverse of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Let's go on with this. I'm going to stop. We're almost at the letter. We're not going to read this letter today. Yeah, you see what I'm opening? I'm opening for you intentionally, so you see. Also, what happened after his release? We'll continue tomorrow. Let me just read a few more things before we go today. I want to finish with when Akpara visited Awolowo in prison. So it says here, when we reached the deadlock and he could not defend his stand further, he suggested a solution, the office of president being executive, so that there will be no prime minister. In other words, let's have an executive president, let's remove prime minister. I indicated that that would be acceptable, since I know that the question is to see you personally, and I hinted that I would get in touch with you between now and the 22nd of October. I made it clear, of course, that with Zik as president as at present, you must be the prime minister. At this stage, Mike said we should both sleep over the matter. My own view, and which was confirmed by BC, that's Onabanjo, is that Okpara's ambition has not been supported by his party, the NCNC, because I was suggested. I'll take that again. My own view, and which was confirmed by BC, is that Okpara's ambition has not been supported by his party, the NCNC, because when I suggested that we should refer to the issue of this deadlock to a small committee of both parties, he stoutly refused, saying that this is a matter for both of us and not for anybody else. I am insisting that you must be prime minister with Zik as president. We are prepared to take the second place, but certainly not the third. I am doing everything. By the way, everything more can you see? All I'm reading is Adegbero's letter to Awo. I am doing everything possible not to break the alliance, but on this issue, I may have to report to you again. I cannot allow this inordinate ambition to continue. Hence, I made my stand clear. Again, that's from Alhaji Adegbero to Papa. Dr. Okpara visited me at Calabar Prison. This is Awolowo speaking now. For the sole purpose of discussing the OPGA strategy for the election, with special reference to the choice of candidate for prime minister. He disclosed to me that the old man, meaning Zik, would himself like to be prime minister. I had no objection. Guess what Papa said? I would be content to be his minister for finance. Deja vu. Awo had done the same thing for the 1959 election. I'm not sure. But there were constitutional snags. He could not resign the presidency to be candidate for prime minister. I therefore suggested that for the election, my wife should be the candidate for prime minister. Dr. Okpara suggested other names such as Alhaji Aminu Kano and Mr. Olu Akinfoshile. I objected on the grounds that the attraction of office might induce them to stay put after they had been elected and sworn in. And if they refuse to resign, what then? They might even refuse to release me and a crisis might ensue. We agreed that my wife was the safest bet in the circumstances. After she became prime minister, she would recommend my pardon and release to Zik. After my release, she would resign to make place for me as prime minister. Obekini, First Republic, you're crazy gone. Oh, Prof. Okay, sir. Thank you, Prof. Eshe. Oh, wow. Oh, thank you, sir. I'll make that point. Very important point. Eshe, thank you, sir. Where were we? That's a very, very important. Maybe I should just say it now. If I say it, I want to read some things. But I'll just give you the point is that even those who were not AG members, but who were Yoruba, also wanted Awo released, including people like Shita Bay and T.O.S. Benson. He now sent me some discussions they had in the parliament in 1965. I'll read it after I finish this one. It's quite interesting. Very, very interesting. Some of them, I mean, T.O.S. Benson was even an NCNCO. Where were we? So it says here, in that capacity, I will set into motion the constitutional process for Zeke's resignation. A member of the House of Representatives will resign, and at by-election, Zeke will be elected. I will explain what this is complex. I will then resign. He would assume the post of Prime Minister, and I will go to the Ministry of Finance. Dr. Kwara undertook to consult with his colleagues about my suggestions, which he considered reasonable. He would urge their acceptance on his colleagues and report back to me. As far as I knew, he did not consult his colleagues, and I heard nothing from him. Let me explain very quickly. It's a bit complex, but I'll just find a way. I mean, it's simple. You can simplify it. So, again, remember, it was parliamentary system. It's not what we're practicing now. So it was a different time. Those were different times. The idea basically was Zeke had changed his mind and was like, I just don't want to be president. Because, again, if you read reminiscences by David Ejo, he had mentioned that Igbos had been having issue with the fact that Zeke was a president without power, and that they wanted him to have some form of authority, right? And so, of course, he talked about the coup, he talked about what happened in 1964, the constitutional crisis, and the role of Ojukwu in actually organizing a coup with Basi and Banjo and so on and so forth. So the point is, Zeke himself wanted to have power, and so he was interested in becoming the Prime Minister of Nigeria. I'm sure we don't usually talk about this in Nigerian history, but it's true. So the plan was that since AG and NCNC had come together to form OPGA, they should make Zeke Prime Minister. However, Zeke cannot become Prime Minister because he was already the president. So the thing to do is that he has to resign that presidentship and then get back on the floor of Parliament in order to be, what's the word? In order to qualify, all right, or in order to be eligible for the post of Prime Minister. So what to do now is we're going to have to find somebody who can become Prime Minister in the interim, but that person will be willing to relinquish power so that Zeke will eventually become Prime Minister. Now, they mentioned certain people working for Chile and this other person, Aminu Kano. And then I was like, the wife, that's Mama HID, will run as Prime Minister. Because she's his wife, she will, and if you know their story, which we've discussed here before, by the way, I think we should have another session on it. She will be a placeholder. Thank you very much, Battlefield. She will be a placeholder, but she will not be chair husband, unlike others that may change their minds. So she will get in there. She will then recommend that her husband be released. Zeke will release her husband. He will come in. I mean, Zeke will release her husband. She will resign. He will become the Prime Minister. He will then ensure that Zeke resigns, and Zeke will become, and then ensure that one person, somebody in the Parliament, also vacates their seat, so that Zeke can run and become a member of Parliament. Once Zeke does that, Zeke can then run as a member of Parliament to become Prime Minister, because I mean his peers can now vote for him to become Prime Minister. Once he becomes Prime Minister, Awo will then step down and become Minister of Finance. That was the entire Turinchi I just read. You know, that was the plan. They told Michael Okpara, I said he would discuss with his people, and he will get back to Awo. When was that? 1960, 64, have you? 64, 65. This is 2026. He has not gotten back yet. So he says, as far as I knew, he did not consult his colleagues, and I heard nothing from him. So he didn't get back. By the way, that was Okpara. Apart from the fact that OPGA had no candidate for Prime Minister, the Executive Alliance decided to boycott the election. The boycott was ineffective in the Eastern region where Dr. Okpara was Premier. It threw the AG members into complete disarray. Having regard to all the, by the way, that's one of the reasons it was very easy for the Northerners to win, the NPC to win, or NNA. Having regard to all the circumstances, it appeared to me that a large contributory cause to the OPGA failure at the election was a deliberate or unconsciously motivated bungling on the part of many of its leaders within the NCNC who did. I want to slow down to read this thing. Having regards to all the circumstances, it appeared to me that a large contributory cause to the Obga failure at the election was a deliberate or unconsciously motivated bungling on the part of many of its leaders within the NCNC who did not want me released. It was the same men who had implacably prevented coalition between me and Zik in 1959 that were at work. That's what I mentioned earlier, that what Awolowo was proposing in 1965 was exactly what he had proposed in 1959, that Zik would become the prime minister, he would become the minister of finance. Zik eventually went with the North and became the president, while Awolowo became the prime minister, only to now change his mind later and say he didn't have power. He could have had power if he had worked with the Yoruba, with Zik, with AG. But he worked with the North, and then he got whatever he got from it. Let me read some things to you from our Umbo. We're going to continue from here tomorrow, and I'd like to then tomorrow hopefully we'll read the letter that Awolowo wrote to the Supreme Commander, that's Ironsi. It's titled Prerogative of Mercy, quoting section 101 of the Constitution of the Federation, Act 1963. We'll discuss this. I think this is going to be a topic on its own, but I hope you understand why we have to go through all this long route. I think that in order to have correct understanding of everything, we can't just do 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. By the way, I know that this can be tedious. Somebody told me that my sessions are very long. We can cut small parts. We always cut small parts, by the way. We put it on Telegram, on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, on Instagram, everywhere. We put the short parts. But if you really want to understand history, you can't do it in 2 minutes. So the 2 minutes are supposed to be like introductory. So you see that, okay, let me see more. So hopefully you get to enjoy it. We're going to continue with this. And then when we are done with the letter, we will discuss how Awolowo funded the war. He talked about it in Voice of Courage. And that's one of his brilliant books where he gave a lot of speeches and it was published. So we're going to talk about that some other time. Before we go, I want to read thank you, Akoko. I'm also trying to shorten the sessions. I'm trying to make it, I want to end by 8 p.m. unlike before when we used to do 10 o'clock. Go welcome for the home front. But let's read some things here that Prof generously sent to us in order to help us understand these things even better. Okay? It's going to be very quick. Sorry about that. So this was in the House of Representatives debate, House of Representatives 1965 October. Let us read some things here. Again, the people I want to read right now, the people whose contributions I'm about to read were not even members of AG. Right? 1 second, let me read something. Let me answer this question first. If Zik had worked in Mobo. So the question is, if Zik did work Awo in 59, would Awo be able to stop him with his devilish plan back then? Zik, what was devilish plan? Are you talking about, I don't understand, what's the devilish plan? If I know what you're talking about, then I'll be able to answer correctly. No, I get the first part of your question, my brother Yomi. Most of the second part here, would be able to stop him with his devilish plan. What devilish plan? I have an idea, but I don't want to assume. So if you could please explain, then I'll be able to. But thank you for raising it. I would like to answer, by the way. Just want to have a better understanding of the question. While we're waiting for Mr. Yomi, okay, devilish plan to subjugate Yoruba land. I knew that was where you're going, but I didn't want to assume. It should have been difficult. It should have been difficult. If not, there would have been problem. And The good thing, though, is this: Awo was not naive. Awo recognized what Zik was doing. He even published a book in 1960 to detail everything Zik did from 1937 up until 1960. Awo's autobiography was published in 1960, and in that book, he talked about everything that Zik was doing in order to suppress Yoruba people or take. So Awo knew what was happening. However, I think in his mind, maybe, and this is me just talking based on what I know, that this thing would have been restricted to the federal space, and because Yoruba people will be present there, they would not be able to do the things they did with their pact with the Hausa. To be honest, right? Igbos working with Hausas or NCNC working with NPC at the time actually favored them more than it would have favored them if they were working with Yoruba people. If they had worked with Yoruba people, it would have favored all. Not just Yoruba people, not just them. It would have favored all. But when they worked with Hausa, it favored them. And considering what their goal was, I think they would have chosen for things to favor them anyway. And what I mean by that, just in case people are wondering, what do I mean? So you have to understand that, when you're talking about federal civil service jobs, right? They were able to take advantage of those things because they just used nepotism to, they had the funnel, just putting their people in there. They would not have been able to do that with Yoruba people in power at the same time, because those ones would have told them that it's not like you can't say that, oh, we're the only ones. There are Yoruba people all over the place. What do you mean? You can work together, or you can work with other ethnicities, apparently. And make no mistakes, they were not more educated than Yoruba people. They just used the opportunity that the senior partner, which was NPC, did not have as many educated people as they did, right? But rather than open the place up for the whole country, they were just using nepotism to fill the entire place with Igbo people. It was crazy. But they enjoyed it. By the way, whenever you hear them say there's marginalization, what they are saying is that they don't have the privilege they had between 1960 and 1966. That's the reason. That's what they mean by marginalization, just in case you don't know. Marginalization does not mean that you are not giving me opportunity. It means you have not given me the kind of opportunity I had back then, where I dominated everywhere and I filled places with nepotism. But let me read what Prof sent to us. It's actually quite nice. Mr. Shita Bay, this was House of Representative debates 12. This particular one is 29 March 1965. Honorable members who are contemporaries and colleagues of Chief Awolowo will not deny that he is a man who ought to be released. He has contributed his own quota to the development of this country. They will not deny that. I will appeal to honorable members to give a very good thought to this matter, and I am quite sure that the present federal government will release Chief Awolowo at no distant date. This was 29 March 1965. Read on that one. This so this one is about how Mr. Amba from Owerri talking about what they want to do in Lagos, moving from federal capital, moving from Lagos. Let me read this particular one from Chief T.O.S. Benson. This one also was 27th March 1965. It says here, and by the way, T.O.S. Benson was representing Lagos North, Ikorodu and surroundings. On a point of information, I do not want honorable members to come and deceive us on the floor of this house. When I asked Dr. Okpara to make a statement pleading to the Prime Minister for his support of Chief Awolowo's release from prison, he could not say a word. Therefore, the honorable gentleman had better keep quiet. This was the same Okpara who was having meetings with Awo, talking about Obga. They're going to have alliance. The same person that could not even talk to the Prime Minister about the release of Awo, which is why I say to you that if you read, you must set what are done, you'll be just be thinking of one unity. If you read their own account, you understand the fact that nobody cared about unity with Yoruba people. We are naive. you know, kí ni àwọn Yorùbá máa ń sọ, àwọn ìyá wa máa ń sọ pé, àwọn bàbá wa náà máa ń sọ pé mi ṣe èèyàn kan lè ṣe mí. Ìgbà wọ́n lè ṣèyàn, just know that wọ́n lè ṣèyàn. Kò ní mú alágbára Ọlọ́run, but just know that àwọn èèyàn burúkú kan wà, no matter how good you are, wọ́n lè ṣe ẹ́, but kò ní mú alágbára Ọlọ́run. Ipá ọ̀tọ̀ ní ká wa. They had plans for us. So here, T.S. Benson is, by the way, T.S. Benson was also in NCNC, saying that he asked Oga Okpara to talk to Prime Minister. He did not say anything. Meanwhile, let me read to you the response from Mr. Anna. It's actually quite funny. I am not surprised at the rude interruption of the member for Lagos North, Chief. In fact, you know what, let me read everything. Let me read I'll read like 2 paragraphs before T.S. Benson's retort, and then I will now read what Anna said afterwards. So it says here, by the way, Anna was talking about what happened in Tiv Division and then, of course, Calabar. But let me just go to this one. Let me take for an example the case of the Western region and the Tiv Division in Northern region. They are the Congos of Nigeria. When Kasavubu did away with Lumumba, he thought he would have a rest, not realizing that that would be the beginning of trouble without end. In the same way, it would be impossible to achieve peace, tranquility, and unity in the region with that great son of Africa, that great freedom fighter, that highly respected intellectual, that lawyer politician, and one of the foremost architects of Nigerian independence, who spent his youthful days in fighting colonialism in all its ramifications, languishing and rusting away within the 4 walls of Calabar prison. That's what Anna said. What would you say to that? That was a good speech, Abi. T.S. Benson responded, on a point of information, I do not want honorable members to come and deceive us on the floor of this house. When I asked Dr. Okpara to make a statement pleading to the Prime Minister for his support of Chief Awolowo's release from prison, he could not say a word. Therefore, the honorable gentleman had better keep quiet. In other words, you are here performing the great son of Africa, the great eater of people, the wonderful hunter of fire. He did this, he did that. He's now in prison. In other words, it's just performative. There's nothing real to it. That's what T.S. Benson was saying. Just shut up. He then responded to T.S. Benson. I am not surprised at the rude interruption of the member for Lagos North. I'll tell that again. I'm not surprised at the rude interruption of the member for Lagos North, Chief Benson. The member for Lagos North thinks he's in a county council. A majority of the people in the West are very much embittered by this act of gross ingratitude and are prepared to fight and shed the last blood. Excuse me. And shed the last drop of their blood until the accepted leader is released from the prison, so as to join other leaders of this country in their task of nation building. And went on to talk about, it was Shakespeare in Macbeth who said, "Thou hast murdered sleep, and thou shalt sleep no more." Those people from the West who think they can ever rest, who think they can ever have rest, peace, and unity in their own region without Chief Awolowo are surely living in a fool's paradise. The same thing applies to the North. It would be a daydreaming for any patriotic Northerner to think that peace and unity can be secured in the Tiv Division by doing away with Taka. Mr. Speaker says the honorable gentleman has exhausted his time. Anyway, the point here is this: people will go on the floor of National Assembly and perform, but in reality, when conversation had to do with the actual thing, getting the Prime Minister to actually, initiate the release of Awo, they did nothing. One second, please. I'm having some issues on TikTok. If you're on TikTok, thanks for power tapping. We're on 237k likes. Oh, wow. Thank you, T. Dan, for the choral. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. All right. And thanks, everyone, for 237k likes. God bless you. Now, what we're going to do, we're going to call it a day at this point. I'm glad people came up earlier so that now you won't feel too bad that I didn't bring you up. I apologize. It's because of time. I've spent 1 hour, 10 minutes longer than I should have, but I enjoyed it. I'm not complaining. It was worth it. And I hope it's worth it for you guys. We're going to do more history because we have to get back to our normal stuff. We'll do small news, a little bit of news, and then we'll do history and culture and stuff. Sometimes we respond. When we have reactions, it's just history or culture. And I think we're going to continue doing that. So we'll be here tomorrow, last year to marry by 4 p.m. if time West African time. So please join us tomorrow. All right. Movies, music, and TV says if you stay till midnight, we'll be the happiest. Just remember that I have a family. Thank you very much for the wish. Meanwhile, please let's engage the content, because we also spend a lot of time, when we are not on live, we're also editing and doing stuff. So please watch and share the things we put out on YouTube, on all social media platforms, YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. We're trying to get Instagram back, but we have one that is working now. So hopefully that also works. Thank you so much, Zidane. All right, so please support by watching those things, and we'll talk about two summits much later. We're starting a conference in September, by the grace of God. We'll talk more about it. Long and short of this thing we've done today. Listen, anybody can claim anything, okay? You will see a situation where, excuse me, there are people who are working to get things done, and you also have opportunists whose deal is to take advantage of whatever it is that's already been done. They are not interested in helping you build anything, but as soon as it's done, they'll start claiming credit. This is what you hear with all this thing about, Ironsi released Awo. Ironsi did not release Awo. And the person who began the whole thing, we're going to talk about this again tomorrow when we want to read the letter, by the way. I just want to finish this stuff today by rounding up with this. The person who started that narrative was Ojukwu. And one of the books we read earlier today is On a Darkling Plain by Ken Saro-Wiwa. All right. And in that book, he said that as soon as Awo was released, by the way, Awo was released on the 2nd of August. Gowon became head of state on the 1st of August. The very next day, he released Papa and the rest of them, Jack Condé and Auro, the rest of them, right? Ironsi had 6 months. He didn't do anything. Somebody got there and did it in 24 hours or less. All right. Now, here's the crazy part. As soon as Papa was released, Ojukwu sent him a telegram telling him that his release was one of the last acts of Ironsi before he was assassinated. That's what he said. August 2nd, 1966. 2nd, 3rd, thereabout. That was the telegram that Ojukwu sent to Papa. In 2001, the same Ojukwu was interviewed by Boston newspaper, and he claimed that, in fact, he said that he, not Ironsi, he was the one who released Awolowo, and that Gowon had no power over Calabar or over the eastern region because he was the governor. And I said that in reality, that period, Ojukwu was hiding. He had run away from his lodge to the police headquarters, and then from there, he ran 67, 69 miles all the way to Onitsha to go and hide while he was making calls and shouting that, the East was behind Babafemi Ogundipe. How is it that you, who didn't know exactly where you belonged at the time because you were hiding behind cupboards, how are you the ones who was determining, how are you determining the release of Awolowo from prison? And then why are you contradicting yourself in 35 years? On one hand, you say it was Ironsi. Now you're saying it's yourself. The funny thing about liars is that they usually forget the first lie. So they will look for another lie to cover that lie. So if you can just be observant, you can tell the lies apart. Ironsi did not do anything to release Awo. Tomorrow, we're going to go to the letter that Awo actually wrote. It was in March 28, 1966. Awo had been in prison for almost more than 2 years, almost 3 years. I mean, if you start from 2022, definitely more than 3 years. And it was appealing to, Ironsi was in March 28 to July 29. That's 4 months. Ironsi did not do anything. All right. So the idea of Komagboe Arefelebi, Kongwe Bifalare, to make Igbo leaders look good. Listen, if you want to look good, do good. And if your fathers did nothing good, don't take what belongs to my father and appropriate it to your own fathers. There will be problem. And your people should stop all this thing of when we are all one. It's not oneness. It's not unity. I just told you about what happened. I just did not read the. Maybe tomorrow I'll read to you what Shoyinka said. And then you put that side by side with what really happened. And then I don't like reading that national protocol, but I will refer to some things that put everything together. It's called that. I love everybody, and I would love that what you're saying is true if it turned out to be true, but it wasn't true. It is not true. It cannot be true. And you crying on changing history will not make it true. University did not release our war. Ojukwu did not release our war. He had nothing to do with it. It was go on, and we are grateful. And I also mentioned it later because there were some other letters that he wrote after his release when he mentioned it. And it was not because Gowon did, University did anything. And even if University did anything, it didn't do anything. I don't like to even give any grounds, away. Particularly because the person who is saying it is a liar. Ojukwu lied. He lied because he changed his own tune by himself. And I've read the 2 reports in your hearing. By the way, some of the books we read today, we mentioned them in passing. So please, if you need them, Breaking the Silence by F. Adetongo Ogunsheye, or The Darkling Pain by Cancer Wiwa. It was further done by Wole Soyinka. Awolowo and the Forgotten Documents by Odiel Faymon. Adventures in Power Book 1. My March Through Prison by Chief Obafemi Awolowo. And then Adventures in Power Book 2, Traverse of Democracy and the Rule of Law by Chief Obafemi Awolowo and others. We'll get into some of those things, more things tomorrow. And like I said, we're going to continue with the series on how I will finance the civil war. It's also very important to know what your fathers did. We want to inspire ourselves so we can do better than them. Thank you very much for being part of today's session. I want to thank everybody who power tapped, who liked, who shared. Whether you are here on TikTok or you are here on YouTube and Facebook, thank you very much for your support. Thank you for sharing the live. Thanks for liking the live. And thanks for also clicking on this heart icon to drop heart me's. To everyone who gave gifts, all your roses, your coins, I saw some interesting things today. I saw coral, right? I saw hearts on TikTok. Thank you so much for your gifts. I really appreciate it. God bless you. And also people gave on YouTube as well. I really appreciate your generosity as well. God bless you. There's some interesting comments here. But I'll just say that the truth about Nigerian history is that nothing has really changed. It's the beautiful thing and it's also the saddest thing because it shows there's no evolution. But if a Yoruba person, whatever is happening has happened before. And it would be a disservice for you to fall into the same ditch. Let's learn from our elders and from history. Thanks for being part of today's session. We're going to call it a day now. We're going to be here tomorrow. By the way, if you're joining us for the first time, we do have these sessions every weekday, 4 p.m. Mondays to Fridays, 4 p.m. Ife time, West African time. So we'll be here tomorrow. And I mentioned earlier that we're going to start a summit in September. Please get more information on our Telegram channel. And you can become part of it. You can give, you can volunteer, and you can also host. All right? And we'll give more information. So go to our Radio Global on Telegram or Linktree/Busui Oris. You get more information. Thank you very, very, very much. All right, let's have our anthems and then we'll call it a day. Coming back tomorrow. Hope you have a lovely evening and wonderful dinner. I'm smelling something good. I hope you are too. Mumbo. If you have questions, please feel free to talk about it tomorrow. Olori, Olori is on fire today. I saw in the comment section. Murphy Nike, thank you, sir. Olori, am I worried? Okoti, am I so anything something already, but I think it's even obvious. And I think what will make it what you're saying is even a self-fulfilling prophecy. Tori awon gan you are pada. Is one thing to I've said it several times, as great as Awo is, because Baba is not was. As great as he is, I mean, there are certain things he could have done differently, right? And so the glory of his son is not to castigate him in public, but to draw lessons from his mistakes. And we can discuss those lessons in a respectful way and then make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes. By the way, Bola Tinubu did. I can assure you 100%. If you read what Papa was saying about being stubborn and, make it, Bola Tinubu did. Change your message. Bola Tinubu did the exact opposite. So you see Eshinwaju or guide, but doesn't mean that you disrespect Onshini Baba, but you have to. There's nothing wrong that anybody ever did. They don't have any legacy of worth, but there's nothing wrong they did. Therefore, they will repeat the same thing. Which means that what Olori is saying here makes sense. If you ask me what Olori is saying, just scroll up, you'll find it there. Let's go. All right. Again, thank you so much for your support, and glad to have you here. 4 p.m. tomorrow, we'll be here. But before we go, our anthems, Nigerian anthem and the Yoruba anthem. Please take a listen and sing along. àwa ni ìmọ́lẹ̀ ògo adúláwọ̀, ìmọ́lẹ̀ wọ̀ ni ìwọ́kùn lágbára Ọlọ́run. Ilẹ̀ Yorùbá ò ní bàjẹ́ o. A máa gbèrú sí ni, Nàìjíríà náà ò ní bàjẹ́, a máa dára sí ni o. Nǹkan tá a bá dáwọ́lé a máa yọrí sí rere lágbára Ọlọ́run. May God bless you, may God bless your family, may God bless our country, Nigeria, may God bless our nation, Yoruba land. And we'll be part of the solutions to the problems of our land, and may good things continue to happen in our space. Thank you very much for being part of this session. I'll see you again tomorrow at 4 p.m. If time West African time. Do have a lovely, lovely evening and beautiful day tomorrow. Ẹ ṣé o, ó dàárọ̀.